Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and participants. Welcome to the Tactical Workshop on Leaving No One Behind, or LNOB, and Social Protection Online Toolbox, or SPOT, in Indonesia. First, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Lian, and I will be the Master of Ceremony for the opening part of today's workshop. And before we begin, I would like to invite everyone to take a brief moment to reflect and pray according to our own beliefs, hoping for a smooth and fruitful sessions. Thank you. And for your information, the workshop today will be held in English. So if you need to use an interpreter device, you can take it at the front of this room. And for online participants, you can click the interpretation options on Zoom. And now we will begin our opening session. It is an honor to welcome our distinguished speakers who will deliver their opening remarks. Firstly, I would like to invite Mr. Matthew David Johnson Iden, who is the head of the UN Resident Coordinator's Office, to deliver his remark. Mr. Matthew, I invite you to deliver your speech.
Thank you very much. Bapak Punggas Bahadri Ali, expert staff to the Minister of Social Affairs and Poverty Alleviation and head of the National SDG Secretariat. Bapak Gunchang, M&E Manager at the National SDG Secretariat. Mr. Selahattin Selsa Pasali, Social Affairs Officer at ESCAP. Distinguished guests, colleagues, and friends, good morning. On behalf of the UN in Indonesia, it's my great pleasure to welcome you all to this technical workshop on the Leaving No One Behind platform and the Social Protection Online Toolbox, or SPOT. I extend my sincere appreciation to the Ministry of National Development Planning, or BAPNAS, and to ESCAP for their collaboration in making this event possible. This is an initiative which puts our focus squarely on the central promise of the 2030 Agenda to make sure that we leave no one behind from our sustainable development progress. In practical terms, that commitment demands targeted, data-driven policies that ensure that the most vulnerable populations are not only included, but prioritized in national and regional development efforts. And for this reason, this workshop is both highly relevant and extremely timely, focusing on evidence-based tools that can help us identify who is being left behind and why. By leveraging innovative methodologies, the LNOB platform allows us to visualize inequalities across SDG indicators at both the national and the subnational levels, helping us to clearly see where we need to focus our efforts. Complementing this, the SPOT simulator can help policymakers to tackle the questions of how best to reach the most vulnerable population groups. The tool enables us to design targeted, data-driven social protection schemes by modeling different scenarios and assessing their impact on poverty, inequality, and consumption, all the while ensuring fiscal sustainability. The results generated through this workshop will be valuable not only for informing Indonesia's upcoming voluntary national review, which will serve as a key opportunity to reflect on Indonesia's progress towards the SDGs and the path ahead. The LNOB platform and SPOT Toolbox also have great potential to be integrated into BAPNAS's national SDG dashboard. By doing so, these tools can provide continuous monitoring and analysis of SDG progress, enabling policymakers to make informed decisions, tailor interventions, and ensure that development efforts truly reach those most in need of support. Through the discussions that will take place over the coming 3 days, I hope that this workshop will serve as a catalyst for stronger partnerships and informed policymaking, ensuring that our collective efforts translate into real, measurable outcomes for those who need them most. And with that, I once again express my gratitude to our partners, speakers, and participants, and I look forward to the discussions ahead and wish you all a productive and impactful workshop. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Matthew. Please give a round of applause. Thank you once again for providing an overview on why this workshop is essential. And next, I would like to invite Mr. Pungkas Bajuri Ali, who's the expert staff to the Minister for Social Affairs and Poverty Alleviation, who's also the head of National SDGs Secretariat, to give his speech. Pak Pungkas, you may.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Mr. Matthew David Johnson Idan, the head of the UN Resident Coordinator Office. Our trainer today, Mr. Salahatin Salsah Pasali from Social Affairs Office of ESCAP. And then representative from GIZ, thank you for your support, Mr. Marvel, Pak Arif Firdaus from Panoto Foundations, and all participants. And I would like also to greet Ibu Endah and Pak Hari, Ibu Endah and Pak Hari, and some other experts are helping us in formulating the VNR. So thank you so much for making effort to come to this meeting far away from Central Java. It's truly a pleasure and an honor to welcome you all to these important workshops on leaving no one left behind and social protection online toolbox or spot in Jakarta. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to ESCAP for its invaluable support in facilitating this workshop. As we all know, the principle of leave no one behind is at the very core of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. In Indonesia, we recognize the critical need to deepen our understanding on LNOB analysis to better comprehend how various circumstances intersect and create inequalities in access to fundamental opportunities covered by the SDGs. The LNOB approach enables us to identify who is being left behind, why they are being left behind, and what the measures that needed to address these gaps. This understanding is crucial as it serves as a foundation for formulating effective policies that drive inclusive development and social protection strategies. By embedding this approach into our policy-making processes, Indonesia can take more targeted actions to close the gaps in access to education, healthcare, economic opportunities, and other essential services. This is precisely why today's workshop is so important. The LNOB spot workshops will provide us with valuable insights and methodologies to strengthen our analysis and implementation of the LNOB framework. Looking ahead, we have an ambitious goal to integrate this finding from these workshops into our voluntary national review, VNR 2025. The VNR serves as a crucial platform for evaluating Indonesia's progress in achieving SDGs, and incorporating a comprehensive LNOB analysis will significantly enhance our quality and depth of our reporting. We hope that the insights and recommendations generated from these workshops will contribute meaningfully to shaping our national strategies and ensuring that Indonesia remains on track to meet the SDGs target by 2030. I extend my gratitude to ESCAP again and the UN Resident Coordinator Office for their continued support in the preparation of our VNR 2025. Your commitment to advancing the SDGs and fostering global collaborations are truly commendable. I would like to thank also all the participants who are here today. Your engagements, expertise, and contributions are essentials in driving meaningful change. I encourage everyone to actively participate, share perspective, and collaborate throughout this workshop. I'm confident that our discussions today will lead to impactful solutions that benefit Indonesia and beyond. May this event be beneficial to all stakeholders that involved and bring us closer to a more inclusive and sustainable future. Thank you.
Thank you, Pamungkas. Please give a round of applause. And finally, I invite Mr. Selahattin Selsah Pasali, who is the Social Affairs Officer from ESCAP, to share his remark. Mr. Pasali, please. Yeah.
Thank you very much. A very warm welcome to everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here in Jakarta for me for the first time. So I'm very excited to be with you. I don't have much opening remarks except to thank, of course, but maybe just to recap that this process started almost a year ago, with many thanks to the initiative of the UN resident coordinators herself. She encouraged us to look into Indonesia's data and analyze it with our LNOB tool and also with our spot simulator. At that time, we didn't know that Indonesia was going to do a VNR. At that time, it was really an analytical exercise. But then we heard about Indonesia committing to a VNR, and we thought we need to make use of all this data analysis using Indonesia's national representative household surveys and essentially supporting evidence-based and inclusive policies. And I'm very also happy from UN RCO office to have Matthew here with us. Matthew was in Lao PDR. I know him from there. And Lao PDR did its voluntary national review last year. And they were very committed to this LNOB principle. And in their voluntary national review, they have an extensive LNOB discussion using visualizations from ESCAP LNOB platform. So we work with them also, and many thanks to Matthew and his team back in Lao PDR with the consultants working with us. And also that brings me to the SDG Secretariat. We've had the pleasure of meeting with them through different meetings, and the demand came, which really justified UN during these days of liquidity crisis to justify funds to be allotted so that we can have a workshop here. So we are grateful to SDG Secretariat for hosting us, for welcoming us here, and ensuring that we have such a nice participation over the next 3 days. So what I can maybe say a few practical things, and then we'll move into the so yeah, with that, with many thanks to Matthew and to Mr. Punkas Bujari Ali for coming here and delivering their opening remarks. So we have a full 3-day workshop ahead. Today is going to be less technical than tomorrow and Thursday, but it's not going to be any easier because you'll be exposed to 2 different platforms, one in the morning, one in the afternoon. And so we will first start with the ESCAP LNOB methodology in session 1. We'll move then to the platform, which is based on quite old data, which is not satisfactory for us, especially for the VNR. So then we will show you the latest results from Susenas and Sakernas using LNOB. I think that's the key session where we can discuss also how to revise the analysis that we have done. So as Mr. Ali mentioned, your inputs are really important here because we still have time to revise the methodology, to redo the analysis, to localize it, to make sure that it reflects Indonesia's context. And these, the recommendations, the suggestions coming from these couple of days will be really reflected in the VNR. What we gave so far is just a draft, and we are looking forward to working with you to improve the results. So that with that, we'll end LNOB before noon. We'll have a break there. And then in the afternoon, we'll go to social protection online toolbox, and particularly the social protection simulator. In each of these platforms, we try to add group work. So it's not just like a one-way lecture type setup, but more giving you the opportunity on your own pace to go through the platforms. And that's kind of like the agenda for today. Going through these two tools, learning to navigate them. They're not too difficult. I'm sure you'll very easily navigate them. But because there are thousands of results in these platforms, we'll just try to make sure that you can navigate the platforms and not miss any information in there. Sometimes they can be a little bit hidden. Tomorrow and Thursday, we are going full technical. So those who are participating tomorrow and Thursday, you'll be here with your computers running code, running the algorithm. Our algorithm is open source. The software we use is open source. So there's no licensing required. And at the end of the workshop, we promise that you will be able to independently do your LNOB work with whichever data you may wish to use or you may have access to. Sometimes we don't have access to data, but we always say we don't need to have access to data. We're happy to follow your lead in that. So the sessions 5 to 9, they will also, they'll be more technical, but in session 8, we'll start talking about the mainstreaming LNOB information into Indonesia's VNR. And the sessions, I think from 5 to 7 will give us an opportunity to revise the inputs. We'll share with you the code that we used, but with your more inputs, we can revise the inputs. And by the time we come to session 8, I think there'll be really localized evidence produced by the group that is here. And I think this is a great, this will be a great achievement. We've done similar work so far in 3 other VNR countries of 2025. We started with Kyrgyzstan, we moved to Papua New Guinea, then to Bangladesh. We were in Bangladesh last week, and now Indonesia. At the beginning of these workshops, the feeling in the room is a little bit daunting. They're like, oh, this is maybe too technical. How will we do this? But at the end, you will see everyone is doing their presentations and everyone has results to share. So I'm confident that we'll have a great, successful workshop here also. So with that, I think I thank the opening remark deliverers here and also you for joining us. And maybe we can move to introduction of participants, but for that, I give back to.
Thank you, Mr. Pasali, for walking us through our agenda for the next 3 days. And thank you also to Pak Pungkas and Matthew for your inspiring and insightful opening remarks. We hope that this workshop will be a meaningful experience for all participants. And before we proceed, as Salsa mentioned, we'd like to take a moment for all participants to introduce themselves briefly. I invite you to share your name and affiliations. Our staff will be handing out the mics, so you can mention where your name and where you come from.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Pak Pungkas. I am Hari Seldadio. I'm the consultant of VNR, working for chapter 3 and 5, VNR development and means of implementation. My daily work is I'm a lecturer in Faculty of Economics at Pajaya Catholic University of Indonesia.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Enda Moriningtyas. I used to work in Bappenas, so this is the thing that I was doing it now. I was doing it for the past 10 years at least before I retired. Now I was asked by Pak Pungkas and the colleague in the secretariat to be the lead writer of the VNR 2025, and I was the also lead lighter in 2017 when we have the first VNR, because this is going to be the fourth. So I'm happy that I'm curious about these tools, because what we have is just, we have the data by name, by address for directing, targeting the program. But now we have a tool to review whether we are doing it right, whether, and I'm glad that there is what simulator will do, who is left behind, why, and what measure to remedy. So I'm looking forward to hear the session. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, everybody. So I'm Arif from Tanoto Foundation. So I'm glad to be here, participate in this workshop. So yesterday I tried to Googling some of the material about these workshops. Then curious to be involved more in the second and third days, hopefully. Good morning, everybody. My name is Marvel. I'm working for GSZ of the project SDGs SSTC. We are the partner of Papunkas. Thank you very much for the invitation. We've been supporting Bapanas in localizing SDGs, trying to incorporate the idea of LNOB in our works, especially in the various multi-stakeholder partnerships that we have been doing with our local partners in several provinces and districts in Indonesia. Thank you, and hopefully I can learn more from this session today.
Yes, good morning, everybody. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. It's nice to be here with you all. My name Kancang Amanullah, Manager for Monitoring and Evaluation, National Secretariat of SDGs. Thank you very much.
Morning, everyone. My name is Beta Arsyad. I'm from UNICEF. So together with WFP, UNFPA, and RCO, so we have a UN joint program on SDG localization. We are going to support Bapanas in integrating the LNOB trees into the SDG dashboard. So we're looking forward for this event. And then also we bring along with us staff from UNICEF, Adi, and also the consultant, Masyon, to learn a lot about this one and then support Bapanas accordingly. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Erlangga from President Coordinator Office. Resident Coordinator Office work with the Bapanas in the various area, for example, VNR, other issue on SDG, financing, and we also are working with the Bapanas and SDG Secretariat for the developing SDG based repository dashboard. Yeah, thank you.
Hello, thank you. Morning, everyone. My name is Budi. So I'm the manager of economic development pillar related to the coordination of the implementing SDGs in Indonesia. And what is quite interesting related to the tagline, leaving no one behind. And then the below one, reducing multiple dimension of inequality. So this is very relates to what I learned about the multidimensional poverty in Oxford. So I would like to learn more. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Alim. I am one of staff, Papukas staff from Seknas SDGs Indonesia. And then I very curious with the tools, and then I hope I can enjoy it with 2 days lesson. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Nira. I am from National SDG Secretariat, the same team with Pak Pungkas and Pak Gancang. Thank you very much.
Morning, everyone. My name is Diki Avianto. I'm from Seknas SDGs under the staff of Pak Pungkas and Pak Gancang. So I'm also involving in the making of the VNR. So this is, I think, will be beneficial for us to more refining VNR into no one left behind. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nurali Bethesda Sinaga. You may call me Bethesda. I participate in the group for writing SDGs Pool 3. So looking forward to know furthermore about these tools. Particularly, Indonesia has very big scheme of left no one behind, either from the geographical aspects and also economic aspects as well. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everybody. My name is Wahyono Kutuhadi. I am here because I am asked by Mr. Beta and Mr. Ganjang to be here. I am the designer of SDGs National Dashboard Indonesia. I used to work by Tableau, and I am also a statistician and programmer. Behind my work, I always work with R Studio, and also Python. It's not new for me, but today I want to know how we can categorize people or they who left behind. That is, I think, important for us, especially for the dashboard. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dian Surida, and I'm from Ministry of Women Empowerment and Child Protection.
Good morning. My name is Ganis Anggraini. I'm from National Statistical Office Indonesia, BPS, especially from Directorate of Social Welfare Statistics that collects Susanas data. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sanjoyo. I'm a manager of social pillar SDGs, deal with the goal 1 until goal 5, and I'm under the supervision of Bapukas.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. I'm Rahman Kurniawan from Seknas SDGs, National Secretariat of SDGs. I am responsible for the environmental pillars. I think that's all. Thank you. Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tika Mailaningsih. I'm from BPS Statistics Indonesia, especially from Directorate of Analysis and Development Statistics. Thank you. Nice to meet you all.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Faira Sofa Amalia from BPS Statistics Indonesia, collecting in Sakernas data. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Leni Mustika. I'm also from BPS Statistics Indonesia, especially from Directorate of Social Resilience Statistics, where I'm currently responsible for collecting secondary data on climate change. But priorly, I'm involved in the data collection and calculation for Indonesian Democracy Index. Also, anti-corruption behavior survey, as well as last year, and my team assisting KPPA in conducting gender survey. It's a pleasure to be here, and I'm looking forward to working with everyone. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Tanti. I am drafting the VNR report for Goal 5, Gender Equality. I am from Patiro, a national NGO that focus on local on governance topic. Thank you, and nice to meet you all.
Hello, everyone. I'm Faisal. I'm from Bapenas, from Directorate for Macro Planning and Statistical Analysis, who is in charge for writing this year voluntary national review for subchapter Goal 17, and I'm looking forward to this workshop. Thank you.
Good morning, Bapak, Ibu. I'm the MNE focal point from the UNFPA Indonesia. Thank you.
Good morning, selamat pagi Bapak Ibu semua. My name is Awing. I'm from the UNFPA, from Population and Development Unit. Thank you.
Morning, I'm from LPM Faculty of Economics and Business University of Indonesia. Here on behalf of our Vice Director of Research, Shayan Reski, and excited to be here. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Arif. I'm from IOM, International Organization for Migration, the UN leading for migration. I'm working on the program associate on data and research unit. So This is new for me, but I'm looking forward to it. Thank you.
Good morning, selamat pagi Bapak dan Ibu sekalian. Mohon izin menggunakan bahasa. Saya Haris dari Direktorat Kelautan Perikanan Bappenas. Mengikuti ini karena kami bertanggung jawab untuk dalam penyusunan VNR tahun 2025, di mana setelah 7 tahun ini baru keluar lagi untuk SDGs 14. Maka dari itu kami mengikuti acara ini. Terima kasih.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. My name is Alia. I'm from UNIDO, United Nations Industrial Development Organizations. Our current work is focusing on fisheries sector. Thank you for organizing this workshop. Can't wait to get more insight about LNOB. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Agnes Putri Satoso, but you can call me Anes. I'm from Directorate of Manpower Bappenas.
Hello, good morning, everyone. I'm Ifki from Directorate Family, Women, Children, Youth, and Sports from Bappenas. I'm really happy to be here and looking forward for the next 3 days.
Assalamualaikum. I'm Uzair Suhaili. I decided to prepare report in our 25 for SDG 8. So, what is economics growth, sustainable economic growth, and I'm very happy to be invited here, and I think I will learn a lot from you and from others. Thank you.
Yep. Good morning, everyone. As mentioned earlier by my colleague Pabeta, my name is Adi. I am from UNICEF. I work as an education data and statistics officer. Mostly my work revolves around out-of-school children and also supporting the data analysis in the section, and also involved in some of the SDG 4 midterm SDG 4 reporting, the monitoring report and midterm review report. Yeah, I look forward to learn in this session.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Maria Kusmanagari. I'm from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I think I'm mostly here for the first day because of the nature of the technicalities for the second and third day. Thank you so much, Pak Pungkas, for inviting us from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. On daily basis, I mostly manage sustainable development issues, climate, with a particular focus on climate and energy. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Yoga. I'm from Seknas SDGs as IT staff. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Septi Anissa. I'm from SDGs National Secretariat. As a public communication staff, I'm responsible for publication and documentation of activities.
Hello, everyone. My name is Vika Luciani. I'm from Directorate Public Health and Nutrition. Thank you.
Hello everyone. My name is Rotua Yosina Wasida. You can call me Yosina. I'm from Manpower of Ministry, and I am in a Policy Development Center. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Zilujo. I'm an Associate Social Affairs Officer on the same team as Sasha. And then we have another.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum. Selamat pagi semuanya. Perkenalkan, saya Citra Kumala sebagai Associate Social Affairs Officer dari ESCAP.
Thank you all for the introductions. I see that we have quite diverse attendance, and I see that we're all looking forward to the training. And next in the agenda, I would like to invite everyone for a group photo sessions, and how we will take it is that Matthew, Papokas, and Salsa will stand at the front here standing, and the camera will take from this stage side. I invite everyone from the left and right side of the chair to scoot a little bit in the middle. So you'll stand here, like in the. Oh, right. Okay. Okay. Oh, before we'll take a short video first. Okay. Okay. We'll need you all to say, "Leave no one behind." Okay. 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 So I will be saying SDGs 2030, and you say, "Leave no one behind." Okay. Okay. Okay, on my lead, okay. But we're going to say leave no one behind. After I said SDGs 2030, you all say leave no one behind, okay? Okay, SDGs 2030. Okay, thank you. Okay, okay, we need everyone's spirit high and strong, okay? Okay, let's do it once again. SDGs 2030. Okay, I think that's enough. You may go back to your seat. And since this workshop is about leaving no one behind, we will also not leave the attendants from Zoom behind. So we'll hear a short and brief introduction from them. I invite the attendees from the Zoom to also shortly introduce yourself with your name and your affiliations. To attendants in the Zoom, if you want, you can turn on your camera, and I invite whoever that would like to introduce themselves. I see that. Okay. I see that Pa Yusri, are you going to please introduce yourself? You're still on mute. Sorry.
Okay, thank you for the chance. I'm Yusri. I am a executive director at SGD Center, Hasanuddin University. We work closely with the secretary of SGD Center, or secretary of Bapenas. Thank you.
Thank you, Pa Yusri. Anyone else who would like to introduce themselves? Okay, seems like everyone is a little bit too shy to introduce themselves. If if no one's going to introduce themselves, I think we will proceed to the next agenda, which is our first sessions, which will be led by the ESCAP team. The sessions will cover an overview of the LNOB approach and methodology. To the ESCAP team, we kindly invite you to begin the sessions. And from this point onwards, all upcoming activities will be guided by the ESCAP team. And before I take my leave, I would like to make a quick announcement that we have copies of Social Outlook for Asia and the Pacific, a report published by ESCAP, which you are allowed to take one and take home. These reports will be available at the front desk just outside of this. And Salsa, please, you may take the floor, and I wish you all a great and fruitful session today. Thank you.
Thank you very much for guiding us through the first part of introductions. A very warm welcome once again to everyone. Let's start with talking about LNOB, and then slowly we move into our methodology. So hearing about your background, your work, I mean, LNOB is not something new to anyone. One way or another, you're working on it. The SDGs made it the central transformative pledge of the entire agenda. No one to be left behind. And this is also a critical aspect of the architecture of review progress, and it plays an important role in voluntary national reviews, but also in voluntary local reviews. But delivering on the pledge is not so easy, and it requires scientific evidence-based tools so that we can indeed identify who's furthest behind. There is quite a bit of guidance from the UN SDG core group about leaving no one behind. And the first step, as you can imagine, is identifying those who are furthest behind. Then we can understand who they are and then where they are, and tailor our policies accordingly. But the first step is using data, and this data can be quantitative and qualitative. But what our competitive advantage was more in quantitative. So we're approaching from a quantitative statistical perspective, but that doesn't mean still plenty of room for qualitative information and methods to be used. So here, next slide, please. So what we did at ESCAP is we developed an empirical analysis for measuring inequality of opportunity and visualizing inequality of opportunity. And we are focusing on SDG indicators fully. But that doesn't mean that we move into different indicators. Maybe I should switch the... Maybe this one will be better. Okay, so, and I need to not stand in front of the projector. So we developed an empirical analysis of for inequality of opportunity. I heard multidimensional poverty. We're really close to our work is quite close to multidimensional poverty. But what we do is we provide an efficient disaggregation tool that leverages nationally representative data and applies and uses what we call machine learning algorithm and dissimilarity index. So we have two methodologies in our LNOB tool that we use to analyze national representative household surveys. Next slide, please. When we analyze data, we quickly discovered that there can be too many results, and we cannot write a report about this. We need a platform, a dashboard to show all the results. Because we have so much data over time and across countries. We have data from 33 countries and data from 2010 to 2023. Many countries have multiple rounds of survey data. And are the sources that we use. You may have heard these DHS, MIX, UNICEF is here. They're responsible for MIX. We're a big client of theirs. DHS was with USAID. These are available and many SDG indicators are already in them. And SDG metadata is already encouraging us to use these resources to analyze specific SDG indicators. So what we did using this machine learning algorithm, we analyzed DHS and MIX from 33 countries, focusing on 19 SDG indicators. And we did this at national level, but also at subnational level. Sometimes we can go to provinces, that level, it can be a city. Sometimes it's at a regional level, yeah, or a divisional level. It depends on the administrative system of the country. So the aim of this, we'll go into the details, but as we're disaggregating SDG indicators, we're really in the business of disaggregating SDG indicators. But when we're disaggregating, we want an objective criteria that helps us reduce complexity of disaggregation. A methodology that guides us with an objective to find the furthest behind, but also the furthest ahead, so that we break down that average and we have a range of those who are best off and worst off. And in doing this, the methodology helps us identify the shared circumstances of individuals or households. Sometimes it's men living in rural areas who are poorer, who are left behind in an SDG indicator. Someone, it's women with high education living in urban areas who are furthest behind. So the beauty of this work is that in every SDG indicators, we're finding different groups who are left behind. So the idea is to go beyond a laundry list of people in vulnerable situations and say all these people are left behind in all SDGs. No, there are different groups left behind. There are commonalities, and we will talk about that. But still, there are nuances, and these nuances are important when we're informing our policies. And that's why the tool is helping us to, for instance, look at which SDGs are most problematic, which ones have the most inequality, and then which SDGs, which groups are left in which SDGs and where they are. And if data is available over time, we can also see if things are changing. Sometimes furthest behind is catching up to the average. Sometimes furthest behind is even catching up to the furthest ahead. And we can see these beautiful stories, and they should be also highlighted in voluntary national reviews. LNOB usually is a challenge people talk about, right, and report on. But if there is good news, this should be also reflected in the VNR, that over time, for example, furthest behind groups are catching up. And then you'll be the judge of explaining to us, we're looking at the data and we're seeing progress, for instance, but we don't know which policies took place in between those two data points to explain that, okay, yeah, the government invested in sanitation, and then now we have basic sanitation accessible to many, for instance. Next slide, please. Okay, so that's a bit of an overview of what's coming, but we can now spend a little bit more time on the methodology of CART. Next slide, please. So why machine learning? The first aspect is we're moving away from standard cross tabulations of disaggregation and getting into machine learning. Now, this is a relatively new approach, let's say, that's bringing different areas, disciplines together. We have computer science, we have statistics, and we have artificial intelligence. There are lots of different tools, mostly are innovative, and their whole point is to reduce complexity. When we put big data especially, it's difficult to make sense of it. And we need some methodology to reduce the complexity and visualize us what we are interested in, furthest behind, or inequality in general. The machine learning works on algorithms, computations, and it gives us quite a bit of graphics and visuals. So it's moving away from standard statistical tables or regressions, for example, into more appealing visualizations that you can use in your reports also. That may not be as scary as tables and annexes. One thing to always keep in mind with machine learning is that we're in the business of prediction most of the time, or in diagnostics, as in our case. But we don't say anything about causality. So the results that you will see have no causal interpretation. For causality, I heard we have a few colleagues from academia here. Further deeper research will be necessary. We are simply disaggregating. We are finding a furthest behind group, but to pinpoint exactly why, the causal relationship, that requires deeper search, deeper, more, let's say, econometric methodologies than machine learning and statistics. And we will be in the world of non-parametrics. This is the easier, beautiful world, in the sense that when we are visualizing our results, we have very few assumptions that we are making. We're not imposing too much on the visuals. Next slide, please. So the methodology we use is called classification and regression tree, CART for short, classification and regression tree analysis. CART has a long history. It goes to even 40s, 50s, theoretically. But this is all about computation. So this methodology became more accessible as computers got developed. Software got developed. And the gentleman here from University UC Berkeley in the States, they were the ones who were able to first convert the methodology into a software program so that large data sets could be analyzed. This is a very data-driven and computationally demanding methodology. We can't do this by hand. And you will see, especially tomorrow, why it really cannot be done by hand. We need the help of an algorithm that will work in a software program. The CART is grouped into two different type of methodologies, the classification and then the regression. They are really similar to one another. Both of them together, sometimes they're called decision trees. They're very similar, except that the outcomes that you study are of different nature. In the regression trees, you work with numbers, with numerical variables. In the classification one, we're working with classes, with categories that are not numerical. So in our case, we are talking about SDG indicators. And the SDG indicators are usually 0 and 1. Do we have access to basic drinking water? 0 or 1. 1, I have access. 0, I don't have access. Do we have access to basic sanitation? Or, many other indicators. Next slide, please. The LNOB trees have different purposes, or not the LNOB tree, the CART methodology have different purposes. I think in academia, in private sector, analyzing big data, it's used much more in the area of prediction. So there are lots of different tools people are using. We are in a more humble area of diagnostics. We're looking at past data, household data, and we are trying to find who was furthest behind. So we don't have any interest in making a prediction for future. We're more looking backwards, and as recent data as we have, that's good. If we're working with very old data, then we're identifying furthest behind years before. Next slide. Okay. So within this whole big umbrella of CART, the LNOB trees, ESCAP LNOB trees, the methodology we developed, which is definitely not perfect, by the way, always, approach it with a bit of caution. We're using regression trees because our outcomes are numerical. We have binary trees. You will soon see what that means, but we're disaggregating always two-way. It will be a bit clearer later. We're using ANOVA. I hear we have some colleagues from PPS, statistics background colleagues all around. We're using analysis of variance to guide our disaggregation. And then we have some criteria that we impose so that the results are statistically still reliable, so that we are not really making averages for few people. So in our disaggregation, the terminal nodes have sufficient people. This is, the slides will be available for everyone, by the way. So you can use this as reference for future also. That's the formula for ANOVA, in case there are some colleagues who are interested to learn about it. Next slide, please. One of the few parameters we impose in our model is this issue of sample size. Yeah. In Indonesia, thankfully, we don't have this problem. This is a big country with a big sample oftentimes. But our platform works with countries from Pacific Islands also. In these islands, you might end up having surveys with 700 households, less than 1,000 households. So we follow the guidance of the data producers, and we say when you're disaggregating, continue as much as possible, but do not go below having less than 49 observations when you're making or identifying a group, because that's the minimum that is suggested by DHS in their methodology. And we have a few other parameters that's helping us to navigate the tree that we're building. Because if we have a very big tree, it's difficult to make sense of it. So we need to keep the complexity of the tree at a optimal level. A bit abstract. I'm sure everyone has questions. That's good. When an example comes, learning by doing, it will be much more clear. Next slide, please. I mentioned this partly. Our platform is based on DHS and mixed data. We're hopefully getting a new project where we can bring now different even surveys to our platform, like SUSENAS and SAKERNAS, but currently it's DHS and mixed, because these two sources are publicly available for free, and they are comparable across countries and over time, which makes life much easier on the platform. And they have a rich set of questions on SDGs. The weakness of this DHS and mix is that the primary group of interest are children and women of reproductive age especially. So when we look into SDGs like mobile phone ownership, internet usage, we're completely missing the older persons. And usually older persons are left behind. Yeah. So let's recognize also the weaknesses. And that's why when we support countries in the VNRs, we usually go beyond DHS and mix and leverage their other household surveys where older persons are available. So we have 33 countries. Indonesia is one, and Indonesia has DHS. So I think we have their 2012 and 2017 DHS on our platform already. It's quite old data. Next one, please. So here's a bit of an overview of the different SDG indicators that we are focusing on our platform. The platform is available online and will go into the platform in a while. But the 19 indicators I was mentioning, they're grouped under different thematic areas. We have the basic resources. These are at household level. We have child-related indicators, child health especially, malnutrition, and birth registration is there. We hope to bring immunization here at one point, though it's not a proper SDG indicator yet. Then we have women-related indicators like family planning, skilled birth attendance. That's SDG 3. We have SDG 8, only bank account ownership. SDG 5, I heard colleagues here interested in that. We have violence against women. We have mobile phone ownership. That's also SDG 5. And then we have quite a bit of education indicators, starting from early childhood. So that's kids 3 to 5 year old, to going down to secondary education completion, tertiary education attendance. These are, we're focusing on different age groups because of the data availability, but we're mostly focusing on younger persons, 20 to 35 year olds. So those who must have recently finished, we're looking into those groups. Literacy is there, ICT skills also. So these are the universe. So in the first example of card that I'll share with you, we'll focus on basic sanitation. That's why I highlighted in yellow. So basic sanitation, It's access to improved sources of toilets, right? That are not shared. So you're not sharing your toilet, and it's an improved source of sanitation facility. Next slide, please. So those were the indicators, what we call indicators. They're the outcomes, the SDGs. Yeah. Next step is we're going to disaggregate, and we are trying to find the factors that can explain inequality, factors that can drive inequality, who has access to something and who doesn't. So when disaggregating, first of all, SDGs, the SDG metadata is already telling us which factors to consider. Yeah, there's usually age disaggregation. So we need to consider the age groups. We need to consider the gender is there usually, disability status. Sometimes we need to consider minority status. It could be ethnicity, language, or religion. Different countries, different minority situation. And we complement this also by additional circumstances that can explain inequality, like education or number of children in the household, especially under 5. And these are the circumstances that we can disaggregate SDG indicators. The main contribution, really the main contribution, is that in our disaggregation, we're taking them all or most of them on board simultaneously. So when we look into an SDG indicator, we don't just disaggregate it by man, woman, and then separately by age groups, and then separately by education, and then separately by something. No, we say, let's bring all the circumstances together. Let's see which ones are intersecting together. You know, maybe it's younger women in rural areas who are furthest behind. If I only disaggregate by woman, by gender, I will not find who is furthest behind. So that's the main contribution, because otherwise, MIX and DHS, they have fantastic reports which are already disaggregating one at a time each of the SDG indicators. Next slide, please. Oh, we don't have a nice, we have a bit of an issue on our screen. It's better on the left side, the right one is not showing the branches. So everyone, let's forget about the right hand side. Let's look at it as that's a bit of a ghost tree. Okay, so we are looking at the example. This is old data. Okay, this is 2017 DHS Indonesia, and this is a result that you can find on our platform. So I've been talking about this card, and in the visualization, this is what you end up with. But what is this? We are looking at basic sanitation as an SDG indicator from SDG 6. And we are saying, let's disaggregate this with 3 circumstances. Household wealth. Household wealth will have 2 categories. Bottom 40, top 60. So bottom 40 will be the poorer, top 60 will be the relatively richer households. That's our first circumstance. Second circumstance, residence. We have 2 categories again, rural and urban. And then the third circumstance is the education of the household members. We are taking the highest level of education in the household. They can have lower education, they can have secondary education or tertiary or higher education. Yeah. So now we are feeding this to our algorithm, and we are asking the algorithm to find who's furthest behind and who is furthest ahead. And this is the visualization that we get. I'll walk you through this, but maybe we go to the next slide. The tree starts at number 1 with what we call the root node. So this represents the average access across the entire country. We can see that average access to basic sanitation is 80% for all households. So 80% of the households have access to basic sanitation in Indonesia. The gray ones are always, we call them the nodes. The lighter gray ones are branches. These are the branches of the trees. They are representing the share of population or share of households that are in that particular group. So for instance, we have the tree disaggregated first by wealth, and we have the top 60%, the richer households. Among them, 96% have access to basic sanitation. Among the poorer households, 58% of the households have basic sanitation. The algorithm decided to disaggregate by wealth first. We did not say anything to the algorithm. We said, we're only giving you 3 circumstances, you figure it out. That's the machine learning. That's the computational part. The algorithm will simultaneously check all the 3 circumstances and will disaggregate with the one that explains the highest variation, the largest variation that's there. So we have the richer group, 96% have access. The poorer group, 58% has access. So we have this 38 percentage point gap between the 2 groups. Residence or education could not generate such a large gap. So the algorithm essentially picked the circumstance, if you will, our statistician colleagues, the ones that explain the most, the highest R square. Wealth was the most powerful, most important variable. So number 3, yeah, this is, I think I usually go ahead of myself in this presentation. Number 4, it's marked with a blue. That's the furthest ahead group. So they are households that are richer and tertiary educated. At least one household member have tertiary education. So among those households, in that subgroup, in that subsample of tertiary educated richer households, 98% have access to basic sanitation. They are the furthest ahead. In this model, there is no other group that has higher than 98% access, right? That 98% also implies that 2% of that group doesn't have access to basic sanitation. So furthest ahead, if you will, furthest ahead means you have the minimum amount of people left behind. Next one, please. The light gray node, we call them terminal nodes. So the algorithm is disaggregating to find the furthest behind and the furthest ahead. But in doing so, the algorithm is identifying lots of groups. From our perspective, we're obsessed with the furthest behind and furthest ahead, of course, but there are also some groups in between, and this is how we visualize them. So in this case, households with secondary or lower education, but they're still richer. Among them, 95% have access, 5% doesn't. And the furthest behind. We usually mark it with orange. It consists of households that are poorer and with lower education. So there's no household member who has more than lower education. So this is primary education. Among them, 53% have access, 47% don't have access to basic sanitation. So the furthest behind group is the highest share of people with no access, if you will. Yeah. So you may ask, what's your contribution? What are you doing? So this is an LNOB tree that is full disaggregation. That all the 3 circumstances are used. Now we have a much bigger tree. We're still starting from 80%. Now we went to 51%, and up top we're still at 98%. The full disaggregation is often too convoluted. There is too much in there that's not necessary. Machine learning is cutting this, or it's trimming. It's trimming this tree to make it easier to the eye. So if you go one next, maybe I haven't, no, maybe one back, comparing the 2. So this tree is much less crowded, but it's giving the almost the same result, yeah? Compared to the next one, which has the full disaggregation, and it's and you can see that the branches are getting very, very tiny. We're getting very smaller groups. Now, probably the estimates there are not statistically sound. We shouldn't even go there. We shouldn't have disaggregated this much, right? So the algorithm is balancing. Let's pick the circumstances that matter the most, and let's not go too much down on the sample size so that our estimates can still remain reliable. Okay, next. So I think I talked about this, the sample size. And maybe next one. Okay. So LNOB trees, what can they do? They're identifying groups that are furthest behind based on their shared circumstances. We saw that education and wealth mattered in finding the furthest behind in access to basic sanitation in the model that we have as a standard model. Yeah. And it's revealing which circumstances are associated with the biggest gaps, and this can help policymakers prioritize which groups to target, focus on. On the other side, as I mentioned earlier, there is no causal interpretation of this. So they're not causal relationships. Sometimes we put their circumstances that are tricky, like religion or language. It's not like a religious group or a language group would be causally lacking access. We need to be very cautious when we interpret our results. Next, we have a diagnostic tool. We're looking at past data and trying to figure out who's furthest behind, who's furthest ahead. We are not predicting the future. We have no idea who's going to be left behind in the future. In the afternoon, Chitra will take you through the spot. And maybe when she finishes, if we have 5 minutes, I will tell you we have a new project where we're bringing spot together with LNOB, which is bringing us to the prediction. We will try to see what happens to furthest behind if they receive social protection. So that's our next extension of this work. And one last thing, when we are identifying furthest behind, let's say we find furthest behind in 2015, and then we find the furthest behind in 2023, they may be different. So when we do the comparison, the different circumstances may be interacting. So we have to also be careful when we're comparing the results over time. Maybe, I don't know, which slide do we have next? We don't need the video. Next is the index, I think. So maybe let's go back to the tree and let's see if we have any questions in the room to clarify this tree. After this, we'll look at another example, but let's focus on this, please.
This is very interesting, Selsa. But I would like to clarify the 98% tertiary education. That's mean there are 2%. Is it because of a data problem? Maybe it is important for us to have a look the data in field. Maybe there is something there. Yeah, it is question interesting to my friend from BPS. Yeah, this 2% should be becoming a tool to check and recheck the data in the field. Thank you very much.
Great question. There can be always this survey data. There can always be measurement errors and problems. It's difficult to imagine why, a household that's richer and has tertiary education, so probably the person is working in a formal employment, we expect 100% to have access. Maybe they're sharing, maybe that's why that 2% is sharing, that's why they're classified as 0. But in this case, we have the full picture, like all households responded. So it's not a lack of data, but there can be measurement errors. And I think what you say is also nice, that further analysis, now this already gave us the cue. Look at tertiary educated richer. What's the issue with that 2%? Yeah. So that could be a tool for us to, because before this tree, we don't know where to look. So the tree is helping us to pinpoint. Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions? Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. It's very enlightening. My question is, if we say talking about SDG indicator, right? We have many indicators, not only household based, like we are talking about, but we have also economic indicator. It is quite different. the calculation. So my first impression is that what we have here is basically associated or relevant only for household survey or indicator generated by first. And I don't know how can we, I don't know, can you explain why this like in the here with simple approach like have, for example, multiple classification analysis just to identify which variable contribute more and less. I think with that simple approach, we can also identify what we call it as Thank you.
Thank you very much. You're right. We're only using survey data in this. We're not using any other. It can be household level. It can be individual level. It can be firm level, but all survey data. Administrative data can also be a source, but we have never been privileged to have access to admin data, so we've never used it. Once we use census data from a small Pacific island, they share their census with us, and then we ran the algorithm. But yeah, like it has to be some sort of a survey with where we have the zeros and ones, if you will. The outcome indicator doesn't have to be 0, 1. It can be a continuous variable. You can disaggregate a continuous variable also using this tool. Now, for your second question, to the algorithm, we said look into basic sanitation and disaggregate it with 3 circumstances. The algorithm said, okay, I'm looking. Which circumstance am I going to disaggregate this with? The algorithm needs to decide. Is it wealth? Is it residence? Is it education? Simultaneously, behind the scenes, the algorithm disaggregates by all 3. It's disaggregating in a binary way. So these are binary trees. So it disaggregates by poorer, richer, rural, urban, and education in a certain classification. It disaggregates. And it finds which one has the largest gap, which one has the highest R-square, which circumstance is explaining the variation most. And then the algorithm found that it was wealth with 96 to 58. The other, like urban rural, didn't really do much, large gap. Yeah. So actually urban and rural is on the 3rd level. It popped up here. Before there, we don't see urban rural, which means the gaps between urban rural is smaller relative to the gaps between poorer, richer, or different education groups. That's also a policy insight. So rural areas are not too far behind. You know, that's what the tree is saying. And then once it does the wealth, now the algorithm is repeating the process among the poorer households. Among the poorer households, the algorithm is asking, is it residence or is it education? Which one can explain who has access and who doesn't have access? Yeah. And it finds it between among the poorer households, those with lower education and versus secondary, tertiary, the gap is very large. It could have split it in any different way too. It could say this group will be lower secondary, this will be tertiary, or here it could say it's not education, maybe it's residence. But based on the criteria, the objective criteria it follows, it found that among poor households, education explained the variation. Those with secondary, tertiary education, they're poorer in assets. The wealth is the asset-based index. They're poorer in assets, but they're higher in education. So they have higher access. 61% of poorer secondary, tertiary educated households have access to basic sanitation, and then 53% of lower educated households. The trees did not split here. That's a very important result also. Maybe there's no sample size enough to split. Or that among lower educated and poorer households, rural urban doesn't matter, is what this result is saying. Yeah. But among the secondary, tertiary, and poorer, rural urban matters. there was enough sample size also, and then there was enough variation, so the tree continued. Yeah, so that's the logic. The same as above. Among those who are richer, with the tertiary and secondary lower is there now, the gap is very small anyways, and the sample size is there large. The branches are large. There's lots of households there. The tree could actually disaggregate more, but it said stop here. There's no more variation that's statistically significant enough to pursue the disaggregation. And if you, Zilu, if you could take us to the full disaggregation, see when it disaggregate, if you force the algorithm to disaggregate, the 98% rural urban is 98 to 98. There is no difference between rural and urban on average. Among secondary lower education, we are seeing some small nuances, right? 95, 96, 94. But the algorithm is saying you don't need to go beyond, you're good in 98 to 95, you're good. Yeah. I hope that's okay. Yes, please, there's a question. 80% of households have access to basic sanitation. Yeah, that's another way of thinking about it. Yeah, 20% don't have access. Yeah. Yeah. The 20%, well, I mean, you know, I think it's we quote people who have access, they're 1. People who don't have access, they're 0. Yeah. That's giving us the 80%. If we quoted it differently, like those who don't have access, they're 1. And those who have access are 0, then it will be 20%. It's a matter of choice. Yeah. I think, and what's important is how you're starting. If you're starting with 80%, you continue with 80%, like in the Erana. If you start with 20%, then you go ahead with 20%. Yeah. I actually, it's not you.
So, okay, if it's matter of choice, then is it 20% is not enough to disaggregate? Because basically, if it is a analysis, I think it's quite big then. 20%.
No, but 20%, because in some of our, for example, we have some indicators that are negative indicators. So this is a positive indicator. We want everyone to have access to basic sanitation. So we want this number to be 100%. We also have some indicators like violence against women or stunting among children. Yeah, we want no children to be stunted. So there, numerically, in many countries, the stunting is around 15, 20, 25% max. So numerically, there's no really problem. It will disaggregate. But if we start with 20%, it will go to 2% for the furthest ahead, and it will go to 47% for the furthest behind. So everything on this tree, you will 100 and minus, it would be, so it's mirror image then. Yeah, exactly. Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you. So I was just wondering, like because a lot of disaggregation. Sorry. Okay, so in a way, when we disaggregate data, we split the data, right? Like in this case, like we split into 2, and then we split into 3, and then we split into 4, and then into 8. Then yeah, into 8 possibility, right? Like I was just wondering, like what would happen if like if the disaggregation is split too much, and then the sample size would be too low, and then it would not present at all. Like I was just wondering, like how this LNOB tree respond, like the algorithm respond to the dynamics.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So tomorrow, I think tomorrow afternoon, everyone will be running this algorithm and generating trees on their own local computers. And at that point, for example, colleagues can see by changing parameters how the tree will change. So we are saying do not go below 49 in the terminal nodes, in the final nodes, do not go below 49. You can change that and you say don't go below 100. It depends on the data that we're using. And we usually have these two criteria. We say don't go below 49 households, or preferably don't go below 9% of the sample. So in many countries, we're way above 49 because we have surveys that are, usually more than 1,000 households. So we're usually not going below 90 observations in the terminal node. So what do we call the terminal nodes? The ones at the very end, yeah? We have the tertiary education, secondary, urban, rural, and this lower education. So those are the 5. So we end up with 5 terminal nodes here. 53, 60, 62, 95, and 98. When we did the full segregation, you will see there are 12 terminal nodes. There were many more terminal nodes there. Many of those terminal nodes need not be there because there is no really difference between them. If you're staying for tomorrow and Thursday, I think you'll be able to run the algorithm and see how the tree changes. It's one of the important parameters that govern how complex the tree is. If we allow to go too deeper and fewer sample size at the terminal node, the tree will be very large.
Thank you. My first question would be, but you answer it, that the sequence of this is based on the biggest gap. Yeah. So why don't we go for basic sanitation by location first, but by well, because the data shows for there. So that's answer. But then following the question, why we focus on the 80, not on the 20? Can we force the tools to do, let's see the 20%.
Yeah.
So we can do it.
Yeah, we can do that. Then the indicator will be no access to basic sanitation. Yeah,
Right,
it's doable.
Right. Second is also, this tools is good because then we can do sort of multiple or layers on this disaggregation data. But then the question, because when we wanted to do, is it the same person when you go from one to another? You know what I mean? Because it's just numbers, right? But then from the policy point of view, are this 80% in the basic education from to the top wealth and then to tertiary education are the same person?
Yeah. So the terminal nodes at the end of the tree, they're all mutually exclusive. So they're not the same people or the same households. So I mean, we start with 80% having access, but a household can be only tertiary and richer. They cannot be tertiary richer and secondary richer. Because when we are categorizing them, the groups that we find, that we identify, they're mutually exclusive. There are no overlaps.
No, what I mean is that, when before there is a tool to these layers together, then we cannot crossing, doing the crossing between indicators because we don't know whether we can connect them. But now we can connect them. But the question is whether they are really, are we looking at the same group when we go from line to just.
I mean, so for example, you started with 80% here with the full sample. Let's say we have 1,000 people or 1,000 households. 800 has access, 200 don't have access. Yeah. Then here in this top 60, it's saying, maybe this question, let's look at the platform, and it will be because here I will not be able to show you the number of observations as it drops. So very good question. Let's have a look at it on the platform and we can hover around and so see the numbers. Yeah, thank you. Multiple circumstances identify the person as furthest behind. Yeah. So for example, can you bring the food desegregation? So for example, if you're lower education and you're in rural, you're 51%. So it's worse than just lower education. But the algorithm didn't go here. Our algorithm didn't come to this because I think rural was very small. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Exactly. Sorry. Yes, exactly. Before the tree, you don't know how to make the connections. After the tree, you find the connections, and then you can go to data exactly that group, and you will see the same result. Sorry, I misunderstood.
We have two category of poverty data. The one is the percentage only, and the second one is the targeted, what we call now in BPSH data set. When you know, I mean, you can identify which head, which nose, this kind of thing, the targeted data. So my thought is then, oh, this one is really, you can, if you go to this trace, then you can find the person who is going to be needed most.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah. And we just put three circumstances here. We could put here age of the household head, maybe older household heads or households with older people, they might be furthest behind. We can put the gender, the sex of the household head. So this was a simple standard model. When we do analysis, we usually play and try to add more circumstances to see. Yeah. No big difference, and if the sample is too small at that level, at that intersection, yeah. That's true. Pleasure. So there, then you are the supervisor directly. Here we are not. We are the algorithm picking on itself. Yeah. Sometimes if you start with rural, then on your in my mind I will just do rural and then education. Maybe I'm not going to find the true furthest behind. I'm going to stay a little bit before. Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe you can answer later on. It's kind of a parking lot, but my question is from the practical perspective.
Yeah.
This is an aggregate analysis, and we need this data to support evidence-based planning or intervention to reduce LNOB in the future. So is there any tips or explanation included into these tools to help the policymaker or other stakeholders to prioritize or to set up the intervention? Because, for example, we put here 80% of basic sanitation. We sometimes, if we just take a look, focus on this data, this analysis, we forget about the 20%. So how we can ensure that 20% are still kept in our mind, all together with the lowest, the poorest one. So I think that's something needed by the policymaker and other stakeholders. Thank you.
No, I agree. That 20% who doesn't have access is scattered all across the street. The where you will find the most is here. Most of the 20% is in the furthest behind. So these household indicators, when we disaggregate with just three circumstances, the results can be a little bit too, as you said, aggregate, like, is it actionable? And it's true for the standard model, but we can always extend this. The moment you add here minority situation, disability status, things get even more nuanced. Individual level indicators are also giving us much more, because when we put the age, the algorithm is telling you, for example, if it's children, it will say children, 2 to 3, whose mothers have lower education, living in rural areas and poorer, for instance. So then the pinpointing is becoming a bit more. So the more complex the model, larger sample size also, especially at individual level, we get a bit more nuance that can, guide the evidence, provide the evidence to tailor the policy, because maybe the policy is not looking at that age group. Maybe the policy is doing just 0 to 5 full, but you have limited resources. Maybe you want to prioritize. First, start with those who are really bad, then open up the just like progressive. So there, very good point. I think, but I agree with you with the household indicators. It's a bit too aggregate. Here the result is essentially, lower educated and poorer households are left behind. This analysis can be done at a provincial level. So at every province or every city, you can redo this and see, if the sampling design allows, they can also give more nuance at not at national level. Any other questions? Okay, we're a little bit behind schedule. I think we are going to break. It's better to probably break. By the way, for Ramadan purposes, we made it shorter because I'm sure most of us are fasting here, me included. So we put these breaks to like rejuvenate, and usually sitting and crunching, we try to do some small exercise, not even small exercise, but like walking around. Would you like to break right now? Maybe it's good. It's been an hour and a half since we started, and we do what we call a brain break. And after the brain break, we go to dissimilarity index, which is the second methodology that we use, and Zili will take you through that. So let's do one brain break. And with this, we'll also get to know each other a little bit more. So for this one, may I ask everyone to stand up? We've been sitting for 1.5 hours. Yeah. For our participants on Zoom, I would encourage you to also stand up from your seats, and you can follow the instructions in the house. So what would you do? Would you eat pizza or paneer? Pizza. Okay, so those who are eating pizza, they're coming all the way here to this corner. And those who are eating paneer, but maybe not paneer. What's the Indonesian favorite? Panang. Panang. Those who are eating panang, they're going to the back to the. I will try this tonight. Are you going to pizza? Okay. All right. We have the pizza crew here, and we have the local Indonesian favorite here. Okay. Thank you. Now, next. So, would you rather be on time to a meeting or to any event? Would you rather be on time but look like a mess? Or it's okay to be late because you want to look fabulous? So, if you say on time, you're going to that corner. And if you're saying the other, you're coming to this corner. So late and fabulous here. Mess but on time is here. Nice. This is good. We have nice variation. Yeah, I think we have a good 97% here and 3%. Okay. All right. Next one. When you come to a meeting, do you come sit at the front or do you go hide in the back? Now, so those who hide in the back, they're going to do a stretching for our shoulders. So hands are like this. Those who are hiding in the back, okay? You're extending your shoulders like back a little bit. Up to 10, okay, let's stretch, nice. Too much crunching, okay. Okay, those who are coming to the front, are you guys at the front? You're at the front. Okay, those who are always sitting at the front, they can do another exercise like this. Great, very nice. Thank you. Do we have another one? Maybe let's skip this. Yeah, let's do one. Or yeah, I think maybe this is okay. So let's give ourselves a 5-10 minutes if anyone wants to do a toilet break or walk around, and then we come back. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome back, colleagues. Hope you had good rest. Time is short, time is precious. So let's go to the second methodology of ESCAP LNOB approach. And I hand over to Zilo for the presentation of the similarity index. Wherever you are.
So this is a relatively simple methodology as compared to CART. It basically can be computed in Excel. You don't really need advanced programming or things. This dissimilarity index, or shortened for D index, is derived from the Human Opportunity Index by the World Bank. And it's basically a single metric of evenness. It looks at across different subgroups of the sample, whether like a resources is allocated evenly, or in our case, whether access to certain basic services are kind of similar across different groups, or there are a lot of disparities. So it works very similar, like the Gini coefficient. It ranges from 0 to 1. When the value is higher, so it works like the Gini coefficient, ranging from 0 to 1. And with a higher value closer to 1, it means the inequality is higher. When the value is lower, closer to 0, it means like inequality is lower. And on our platform for the D-index results, we typically see the value between 0.01 and 0.3. So this is the formula. As you can see, if we look at the absolute value inside that, PI is like each group, the access rate, the average of the group mean, basically. And P hat is the sample mean. It's like nationwide, what is the average? So you take a difference of that, and then beta I is the weight of each group, like what's the share of the population. And we take a weighted sum and we scale that to become a statistic theoretically ranging from 0 to 1. Next, please. So as you see for the card for the LNOB tree, we are not seeing the full-fledged disaggregation, but to calculate D-index, we're fully disaggregate the sample by the set of circumstances, in this case, wealth, residence, and education. So as compared to the more like pruned tree, now we have two categories, and 3 categories, total 12 different groups. And we calculate that we kind of take it into the formula, we calculate the mean of each group, and we do the calculation. So because it's summarized, while the card, the tree, give us a lot of details and the exact characteristics of the furthest behind group, D-index has the advantage of summarizing inequality into one single number. And in this sense, we can make different visualization. For example, here, we're calculating D-index of different indicators, and we put them together, we visualize them to make a comparison. Similarly, for the same indicator, like basic sanitation, we can calculate the D-index by different provinces, and we can make the comparison. So it's just another approach for us to quantify inequality. So we have another type of visualization. You can also check it on our platform. Here, basically, maybe it's a bit small, but we're visualizing 2 dimensions in the same chart. So you have on the x-axis, the average, the access rate, and the y-axis, the dissimilarity index. So in this sense, we have the overall kind of progress in one hand and the inequality on the other hand. Here we can like position different areas, different indicators, or even different provinces into this 4 different quadrants. The ideal situation for a basic service would be the bottom right, where you're seeing the access rate, overall access rate of the population is high. is closer to 100%, while the inequality as measured by D index is low. So here we can see like maybe it's, the font is a bit small, but we can see like for electricity, that would be the ideal case where almost everyone has access. So to the opposite, if you look at top left, then we're seeing areas or indicators where the overall access of the population is relatively low. And at the same time, the inequality is high. So here we can see things like tertiary education, bank account ownership, and also internet use. So in this way, we're kind of linking the inequality with the overall kind of average progress in different SDG areas. So now we'd like you to watch a tutorial video of the details.
To identify inequality in accessing opportunities, the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific has developed a Leave No One Behind tool. Our LNOB tool also includes the Dissimilarity Index. The D index is a way to measure inequality of individuals and households' access to an opportunity. To calculate the D index, we first identify the circumstances that we believe may influence the level of access. As an example, when the D index for access to electricity is calculated, we assume that the area in which the household is located is either urban or rural. The wealth of the household belongs either to the top 60 or bottom 40 of the wealth distribution, and the highest education in the household is either lower, secondary, or higher education. These are the main circumstances influencing the access level. This gives us 2 times 2 times 3, which equals to 12 different groups, which contribute to calculating the inequality. For each of these groups, an average access rate is calculated. Then the distance of these averages to the overall average is summed up and weighted by the size of each group. The D index is comparable to the Gini coefficient, which is a different aggregate measure of economic inequality. The D index value also ranges from 0 to 1. A higher number indicates more inequality, while a lower number indicates less inequality. In our case, the D index value tends to stay between 0.1 and 0.3. In contrast to the Gini coefficient, the D index should be 0, ensuring that there is full and equal access to key services for all. Let's now take a look at an example of how different access levels amongst population groups can impact the D index value. Let's say country ESCAP has an average access rate to electricity of 65%. ESCAP has 2 provinces, and, for simplicity, assume they both also have the same average access rate to electricity of 65%. Assume further that the circumstances that impact the access rates of the population groups in these 2 provinces are residence and wealth. In each province, we will calculate the access rate of these 4 groups. Number 1, urban richer. Number 2, urban poorer. Number 3, rural richer. And number 4, rural poorer. For our example, we will assume each of the 4 groups account for a quarter or 25% of the population. In Province 1, with an average access of 65%, we have the access rate of 68% for urban richer, 65% for urban poorer, 66% for rural richer, and 62% for rural poorer households. In Province 2, with the same average access rate of 65%, the access rates among the 4 population groups are a bit different. We have the access rate of 99% for urban richer, 51% for urban poorer, 85% for rural richer, and 25% for rural poorer households. Because of the relatively larger differences in access rates across the groups in Province 2, we have a higher D index of 0.21, while the relatively lower differences in access rates in Province 1 generates a lower D index of 0.01. Here we can see our D-index provides a single number that can summarize inequality in access for all groups for one indicator in a province or a country. In our LNOB online tool, we use the D-index for all indicators and many more circumstances. The results are available for download in different formats on lnob.unescap.org.
So next, we will take you to the LNOB platform and maybe we show an example. So this is the landing page of the platform. It will take a bit time to load. And here you see the 3 fields for selection. You will need to choose the indicator, the country, and the year. So maybe we start from Indonesia 2017. And here are the available indicators for the specific DHS survey year. So anyone have a preference, like which indicator should we look as an example? Just anyone, just a quick shout out of the indicator. Mobile phone. So this is about mobile phone ownership by individuals, and we kind of calculate that based on and then after the 3 selection, you click go, and it will load the results for this indicator. Type. A 2017 DHS. Because we are only publishing DHS and mixed results, that's why. knowing the sample size. But on the platform, when you're seeing the tree, if you hover your mouse over the tree, it will pop up with the box telling you the exact percentage of the sample. So in that sense, you can have a bit more sense of certain group, what's their share of the total population. That's especially informative for furthest behind group, because in some cases, the share of the population in the furthest behind group is very small. But in other cases, the share can be very big. So that indicates different type of problem. So I mean, later after the training, as the follow-up, we'll like call for testimonials from you guys.
The group photo will come here. We're in Bangladesh didn't come yet, but yeah. Okay, sorry about this. I keep trying to load, but it's not loading. So, but the upside is that this platform is the results would be based on the HS 2017, which is very old anyways, and we're not going to use it for VNR, so it's better that we move to the results from SUSENAS and SAKERNAS, followed by a group work. Yeah. So Zido.
So earlier we have shared a written input of the LNOB results based on the latest SUSENAS data we have is 2023. The latest SAKERNAS data we had access to is 2019. So that's really kind of what we had access to. And here we are just going to walk you through some of the major results, and then we will have a bit of a group work to discuss, to validate, and to propose next steps. So we have like about like 22 indicators based on the two data sources. And from SUSENAS, we're looking at household level indicators such as poverty, wash services, energy. And at individual level, we are looking at child and women's health indicators, some other like health indicators like smoking and unmet need for health services, which I believe is a more like a national indicator. And we also have some education indicators and indicators related to digital and financial inclusion. With 2019 SAKERNAS, we are looking at some employment related indicators. So just a general kind of list of the circumstances we include in different indicators, but it depends on the data availability and the nature of the indicator. The exact circumstances for each indicator will be shown in the tree. So in general, for household characteristics, we have circumstances such as wealth, which is defined, which is we operate, which we use the expenditure data from SAKERNAS, looking at per capita monthly household expenditure and divide into the top 60% and bottom 40%. And similar, we have location of rural and urban. We have the education of household head, the sex of household head. And for child indicators, we have include number of children under the age of 5 in the household. And at individual level, we're looking at sex, age, education. And for some employment indicators, we add the sector of the employment. And as extended analysis, when data available, we try to include disability as an additional circumstance.
So here we're presenting like running the same card algorithm to all the 22 indicators. And we take, we kind of record the access rate of the population of the furthest behind group and the first ahead group. We can plot a bar chart, an overview bar chart of all the indicators. So in this chart, you are seeing for each bar, the gray part is the national average. And the blue part is the access rate for the furthest ahead group. And the orange part is the access rate for the furthest behind group. So in this way, it presents a kind of intuitive visualization of the different level of gaps across different SDG indicators. So in this graph, firstly, we're showing those opportunities like access to basic services. In this sense, we hope everyone have access to. So if you look at the first one, like access to electricity, we're seeing like almost 100% for all groups, meaning that almost all households have access to electricity and there's like visually no gap. No one is left behind. But if you look at some other indicators on the right part, you'll start to see the gap between the furthest behind and the furthest ahead. For example, if we're looking at maybe mobile phone, because we didn't see that on the platform, like mobile phone ownership, we're seeing the gray part, the average access is about maybe 70, like 68%. But there's a wide gap between the first behind and the first ahead group. In the furthest ahead group, the blue bar, the best of group, the like more than 90% of those individuals have a mobile phone. In comparison, if we look at the orange part, it's less than 30% of those individuals in the first behind group have a mobile phone. So that's how we visualize the gaps, the inequality using the card methodology. Next, please. So this is a continued graph, but in this chart, we are showing barrier indicators. So for example, like unmet health need, unemployment, it's something that we don't want anyone to experience. So in that case, the ideal case would be all the rates to be 0. So in that sense, like for unmet health need, like you see the variation is not big and the overall rate is small. But in some other indicators, you are seeing the bigger gap between different groups. Yeah, for example, smoking, there's certain group, women, like almost no one is smoking, but as compared to the furthest behind group with the highest prevalence of smoking. And it's almost like 70%. Yeah. Yeah, we can look deeper when we present the trees. For all the details of who are the first, next. So the overview chart tell us, like, we can easily eyeball whether the gaps is wide or not, but it doesn't tell us who are the first behind groups. And based on the example we show, like it could be different groups, different people are left behind in different indicators. So in this table, we're basically listing the circumstances of the first behind group. And the gray area are those circumstances not included in the specific model. So here, just a very quick takeaway is we're seeing which circumstance is showing almost all the time. It's lower education. But we're also seeing the intersection between different circumstances. It's not just people with lower education, but often they're living in rural areas. And sometimes they're from the poorer, the bottom 40% of household. In this sense, we're seeing like a combination of different circumstances put specific group at a disadvantage in access to a certain opportunity. So the gray part meaning like this circumstance is not included in that specific model. So yeah, the white ones are those in the model. For example, in poverty, we have we don't have wealth because it's about poverty. But in the model, we have residence, we have education, we have sex. But only rural and lower are kind of characteristics of the first behind group. The gender circumstance doesn't show up in that group because the algorithm tell us identify the first behind group based on the data. So it's in the model, but it's not kind of the characteristic of the first behind.
And this is also just a draft, right? With the group work that will start right after this, maybe we can keep this slide on so you can see, or you can, in your group discussions, you can say, oh, maybe more circumstances should be added when we are disaggregating. So take this as the first draft, but we can expand and improve the model for each SDG indicator.
Here you can see each indicator, like we try to keep them a bit more standard or consistent, but sometimes, you know, because of the nature of the indicator, like poverty, you are not putting wealth there because they're similar thing. And others, some are due to like data availability or just, yeah.
Smoking male on 28 until 64 have sex. Just a joke. A smoking male age between 25 until 64 have a sex. No.
Us if you're listening to you. So for example, for smoking, in the previous slide here we saw, you know, here we are seeing the furthest behind the orange is 70 something percent, and then the furthest ahead is almost 0%, and the average is somewhere around 30%. So around 1/3 of the population is smoking, right? So, but here we don't know who is furthest behind. If we have the tree, and in the VNR, if you want to show the tree, you can do. Some countries did show the trees in their VNR. But most countries, they actually use these bar charts to give an overview of different SDGs and how gaps are. But to say who is furthest behind, who's in that orange, the next table is just for information purposes. So lower educated men, 25 to 64, are the furthest behind, or are the one that smoke the most. So among them, among lower educated, this age group men, 70 something percent are smoking, according to this. It's only showing the furthest behind. We can have a different table for furthest ahead, and there we would show the shared circumstances of those who are not smoking. And I think that's women. I'm not sure if education, but we have a tree for that, and it's in your group discussion. You will see the tree, and then you can tell us, should we change the model? Should we add more circumstances? Maybe we're missing something. Yeah?
So now I'm going to walk you through some examples of the trees. So first one, we have a household indicator of access to adequate sanitation. And so that's the circumstances. We have wealth, residence, sex of the household head, and education level. Next, please. So this is the raw output from R. It looks different from the nicer tree on the platform, but we can easily, you know, mass produce the results. So in our group exercise, you will actually read the results for all the indicators we generated. So just to walk you through how to interpret the tree. In the top, you see the title string. So this tells you the model. You can see on the left-hand side, it says sanitation. So it's the indicator. On the right-hand side, these are the circumstances in the model. So later in the discussion, you can discuss if we're missing important circumstance or maybe something should not be there, etc. So this is the model specification. And then we we get into the tree, the yellow box, so the top one is basically the root node in the LNOB tree. So this box showing the national average. Inside the box, the number is the national average, is the access rate, is 62.4, meaning 62% of households have access to adequate sanitation. So that's the average, that's our starting point for disaggregation. And then it starts split by the circumstances. The first one is by the education of household head. As Sasha mentioned, we're doing binary tree. It will disaggregate only into 2 groups at a time. So the left part, meaning like those household, the education level of the head is lower. And the right part, we have secondary or tertiary educated household head. Then we have these 2 groups. So again, left in the box, the left box, the more orange one, we're seeing 76% of household with the head of lower education have access to basic adequate sanitation. And if we go further, it splits again by the B40, meaning like what is a binary flag of whether the household belong to the bottom 40 group based on expenditure. So here B40 equals 1, meaning these are the poorer households. So here we are reading the household with lower educated head and belongs to the bottom 40% of the wealth distribution have 72% access rate. So if you look at the bottom line of the 5 groups, this is the one with the lowest access rate. This is the first behind group here. So that is basically how you interpret the splits and the rates of each group and the characteristics of the groups. A bit more notes on the information outside of the box. So under each box, we are seeing the N basically is the number of observations, and the percentage is kind of the weighted share of the population. But just don't confuse the other percentage with the number inside the box. It's the number inside the box, that's the access rate of different groups. So we have identified the furthest behind group. If we follow the right branch, we're seeing household with the head of secondary or tertiary education belonging to the top 60% of wealth distribution and living in urban areas. So the combination of 3 circumstances lead us to the furthest ahead group with an access rate of almost 91% to adequate sanitation. So this is basically how you can go over the raw tree of each indicator. Please.
Maybe, do we have any questions before we go to the next? It's not the same model as the one we showed you from DHS 2017. There it was the highest level of education in the household, not the education of the household head. So they're not one-to-one comparable, even though probably SUSENAS and DHS by sampling design can be compared. They're both national representative. Maybe the definitions are also similar, I'm not sure.
Yeah, this is from SUSENAS 2023.
Yeah. And I mean, so be bearing in that caveat in mind, it's interesting to see that it's now education that came first. Earlier it was wealth. Now it's education that's first, and then came, well, here we're not using wealth, but expenditure. So, you know, you could have a circumstance here for poorer people. If you have an identifier that assigns the value of 1 to poor people, whatever local definition is there for national poverty line, so there could be an indicator too. So that could be one of the suggestions if you'd like to make, or to go back to the highest level of education in the household as opposed to just the education of the household member. Do you remember is the household sample size is 34,000 houses or 342,000 households? No, okay. But coming back to the question we had about how we are going into, you know, the sample is kind of like getting into specific groups. we start with, let's say, 340,000 households, and we're going down for those who are with lower educated household heads, there are 158,000 such households. And then among those, we have 74,000 who are poorer and 84,000 who are not poorer. So these two groups together make up the 158. Yeah. So these two will make up this, and this group will add up to this. So we are really disaggregating, and everyone is mutually exclusive. Nobody can show up in different parts of the tree. Any questions?
On the third layer, on the sex head. Yeah, why is it only one? The third layer.
Because the algorithm didn't pick it up.
Yeah. I mean, how do we interpret that one?
So it means that a household being headed by a woman or a man doesn't matter in access to basic sanitation. It's not contributing to explaining inequality.
Yeah.
For anyone, because we don't see the sex of the household head. So this one. So, you know, in this model, there are 4 circumstances, but not all of them are showing up. And if they don't show up, it means that the algorithm didn't think that it was important. So we only have the education, we have the poverty or the expenditure, and then urban, similar to the previous 3. So the sex of the household head didn't show up. The way to interpret it is, if you don't see it, it means that the difference between male-headed and female-headed household are very small. Or yeah, it could be sample size, maybe female-headed households. If they're very small size group, then the algorithm may have also stopped, because sample size is very large. Yeah. Yeah. So there's lots of households. If it was important, then I think the algorithm would continue and disaggregate. But it didn't find. So what we can do tomorrow, for example, someone can focus on this and try to see why female-headed or sex of the household head didn't show up, and can pinpoint into the access rates of those groups and try to see what's the difference. Maybe there's really not much difference between the two. Yeah. Yeah. But if they don't show up, it means they're not left behind. They're in a good. So this is what sometimes you can say female-headed household, they may be vulnerable, poorer, but maybe in this case they are not. But maybe there's another indicator where they might be left behind, for instance. Because the algorithm is saying there's no, so like this could be one of the exercises tomorrow. What do you mean we have nothing there? Yeah, so B40 equals 0. These are richer people. These are poorer people. Yeah. Okay.
0.873.
Yes.
Go down there. We got B41 equals 1.
Yes.
Nothing. Directly to Sanit 0.913. But on the right side,
yeah,
before we go to the very down, we have something intermediate.
Yeah.
B41 equals 0.
Among the richer and secondary tertiary educated households, they make 38% of the total, right? Among richer and secondary tertiary educated, urban rural matters. So if you're in urban areas, you are more likely to have access to sanitation.
The green box, that's female or male?
No, both.
Both.
Yeah, it can be either or, because if the sex of the household head as a box, as this node doesn't come up, it means that we don't actually have a differentiation. So both are inside.
Okay, that's the rich group.
This is the rich group. Yeah.
But why don't we have don't have for the poor group?
Why not? This is not splitting by male female.
Above that, Yes, that.
Yeah, I mean, this can come, if this was going to split, this would go a little bit higher, and we would see two splits like this one, and it could be female male. But for that to happen, female headed, male headed needs to have a big gap. Something like this was 0.9 and 0.7878, 0.908. Yeah. So the gap is not large actually. It's 2 percentage points. Maybe among the poorer secondary, tertiary educated households, let's say the access is 80 and 81% between male and female. So there's not large gap. And the algorithm didn't continue disaggregating. So we will in the R studio, in the software, we can see more in detail why is it that not coming up. Yeah. Those very bottom, these are we have in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 groups, mutually exclusive groups with different access to basic sanitation. These guys are richer secondary, tertiary educated households. Richer secondary, tertiary. Urban, richer secondary, tertiary. Sorry, I'm fasting and the head is going. Urban, richer secondary, tertiary. Rural, richer secondary, tertiary. Poorer secondary, tertiary. Richer, lower education. Poorer, lower education. So this is the furthest behind group in the sense that the access is lowest among them. 72% have access, 28% don't have access. So LNOB is this group. The furthest behind group is this group. That is poorer with lower education. Among them, 28% have no access to basic sanitation. 72% have access. Yeah. One minus this, exactly. Yeah. Here we have only 10% who are LNOB. So there are people with no access here too. There are people with no access here. Everywhere there are people with no access. But this is the group that is the most concerning, the most problematic group, because the largest group with no access is there. Yeah. Shall we look at another tree? Another example?
So I'll try to make it a bit quicker so that we have more time for discussion. So here we're looking at poverty. So this is not an opportunity, not a basic services. We want the poverty rate to be 0. And for this indicator, we disaggregate by residence, sex of the household head, and education level of the household head. Next, please. So here in the trees, again, like the title string, we have the poverty as the indicator, education, rural, urban, and sex as the circumstances in the model. And we start from the top box. We're seeing like 9% of the population are living under national poverty line. So what's the difference? This is now kind of a barrier, something we don't want people to experience. Now we're seeing to the right, the rate is higher, meaning this group is more disadvantaged. Here we're seeing those headed by lower education household head have a higher poverty rate of almost 14%. And we go, and it further splits by residents, rural or urban. We're seeing the rural population with lower educated household head, they experience the highest prevalence of living below the national poverty line. It's about 15%. So to the left, the greener one, now meaning they're kind of less disadvantaged. We have those population with secondary or tertiary household head. In this group, like 6.2% of the population living below the national poverty line. And among those households, those living in urban areas, they have lower poverty rate of 4.9%. So this is basically how you, in the indicators, we sometimes have opportunity indicators, and we also have barrier indicators. So that's a little bit different when you're interpreting the tree. Basically, you're looking at the furthest ahead and furthest behind group in different position of the tree. Next, please.
This is a good example when you were saying, what about the 20% in baseline? So here you're directly seeing the LNOB. They're the poorest. So the number being smaller is really no important. 9% are poor in Indonesia as of 2023. This is monetary poverty, right? We are not in multidimensional. This is monetary poverty based on expenditures. And 9% we divided into 4% or 4.8%, 4.9% to 15%, or we can say 5% the best of and 15% the worst of. So there's a threefold gap between these groups. And again, the way to interpret is also here, for example, 5% are poor, 95% are not poor among urban and secondary tertiary educated. Here, 14% are poor, 85% are not poor. So it's again like symmetric. Any questions? This is an indicator itself as an SDG, but this can also be a circumstance when we disaggregate other SDG indicators. So if you like, for VNR, we can revise and include that. I mean, it's up to the discussions.
So here we're showing an example of continuous indicator. Here we're looking at the average hourly wage based on Secarnas 2019. And here we're checking the average wage of workers among like workers age 15 and above. And we have the circumstance of residence, education, age groups, sex, and the sector of employment. Please. So here, again, like you can check the specification of the model on top. And then we look at, so here we put the average as in thousand. So the top box, we're seeing 15.8 thousands. That's the average hourly wage. And then we're seeing it first disaggregate by education of the worker. And no surprising, those with tertiary education, they're earning like almost over two times compared to those with secondary or lower education. And so now we are trying to find the first behind group. Following the left branch, we're seeing it first splits by education between lower and secondary. So in this case, like education is really having kind of a granular and nuanced impacts on the inequality in how much people can earn. So here we're seeing those with lower education, their average hourly wage is like 10,000. And then after that, now we're seeing the gender difference. Like among those lower educated individuals, women are making less compared to men. So actually, like we identify female workers with lower education as the furthest behind group. They're making like 8,000 hourly wage, and their male counterparts is earning a bit more. And then it further disaggregates by the different sector. We're seeing those working in agriculture and industrial sectors earning a bit less compared to those working in construction and service sector. But here I want to highlight some interesting finding. If you look at the left branch and also the right branch, you're seeing like constantly, like among those tertiary educated or lower educated, female constantly making less money than male. So here it's a kind of more kind of nuanced finding, because now the gender impact show, and we are seeing across different education groups, we see very significant wage gap between male and female.
One thing I was mentioning, and it shows nicely in this tree at the terminal nodes at the very bottom, they're all 9% plus of sample size. That's the restriction that we put. 49 observations or 9% of the sample size. Because the sample is so large, we could actually lower that sample size restriction from 9% to 5%. And we can see, for example, the tree would get even bigger. For instance, we see a sectoral wage gap among men, but we don't see a sectoral gap among women. For women, it stopped at 8,000 because if it tries to disaggregate more, it will go below 9% of sample size. So it's not the algorithm is stopping there, but because we have lots of thousands of individuals here, we don't have really a concern on sample size at the terminal node. So there could be another, for example, like to capture more nuance, but the more we do that, the larger the tree will be. And when the tree is too large, it's also difficult to make the interpretation policy relevant. Questions on the wage? Okay.
So as we're applying the card model to all the indicators, and we have multiple years of data for Susanas like 2015, 19, and 2023, and we have access to Sekernas 2015 and 2019. So we get the tree for the indicator of each survey year, and then we plot the rate of the average, the national average, and the furthest behind group rate. We can have a bit of line chart showing the changes over time. So here, for example, in some indicators, it's more, actually in most of the indicators, we are seeing the gaps are narrowing, but it's more apparent in like adequate sanitation. Here we're seeing the orange line of furthest behind group is nicely catching up with the gray line of average. So that's definitely a very kind of nice signal of the change. So this chart is for the selected like opportunity.
Like for example, we have another employment. Informal employment is not changing over time among furthest behind, but among the average for informal employment is going down. Slightly it went down from 58 to 56%. But here, this is an example of the gap narrowing, actually widening. And mobile phone, for example, they're both going higher, but maybe there is not that much catch up maybe.
Yes,
So we can call it a parallel trend maybe, more or less.
slightly narrow.
Yeah. So the average is going down. On average, 7% of women under 18 are married. But among the furthest behind group, I don't know who they are exactly. Among the furthest behind group, it's pretty much stable since 2019. So 26% married before the legal age. But it went down from 29% in 2015. It went down to 26. But on average in Indonesia, it's going down. Maybe it's some local areas where it's more prevalent, and that's why it's stuck at a quarter of. This is woman age 20 to 24, the reference population. No.
The percentage.
Percent. So here, for example, in 2023, 7% of the women. So the way to interpret is that 7% of women aged 20 to 24, these are younger women, not all women. So 7% of 20 to 24-year-old women married before 18. National poverty line dropping on average from 11 to 9%. For furthest behind, it was 17, now it's 15. It's 14.8 actually, but it's rolled up, yeah. So these are dropping similarly.
So similarly, we have the D-index of all the indicators and we put them into a chart. We are actually getting similar kind of observation, like in smoking, informal employment, like bank account ownership and wage. These are among those with highest inequality measured by D. So I think now we can kickstart the group work.
So it's almost noon. We're a little bit behind schedule. There were really good questions, and I think it's important that we take our time, especially for the technical workshop tomorrow. It's important that the methodology is settled. So tomorrow it's more about coding and programming. So it's no problem that we are a little bit behind, but this doesn't mean that we're going to be beyond 3 p.m. 3 p.m. is when we stop. I understand prayer time is coming at noon. So what we'll do now is just to give you a bit of setup after the prayer. Let's try to start around 12:30 with the group work, a 15-minute group work, and then sharing if you would like to share some results. Those who are staying for day 2 and day 3, you could be the kind of like the custodians of that feedback, and then we can act on the feedback and generate new evidence. So what we'll do is we printed for you. We printed these trees for you, like here. So we're going to distribute this around. And the group exercise is to discuss the tree. Does it make sense? Is it something that you expect, or is there something that you don't expect? Is this a sufficient model to disaggregate? Do you think it's missing some of the additional circumstances? What we can do, this is again, when we come back after the prayer at 12:30, we can start. We are thinking of 6 groups. And the way to do it, so that you don't move around maybe too much, is that 2 tables like this is one group. Here is another group. So this group turns around and then you guys talk together. Yeah. One group here. This is group 3. Group 4 here. And then 2 more groups there. So we're going to distribute the trees, and then when you come back at 12:30, the group work can start, 15-20 minutes, and then we go to a bit of reporting. Any questions about group work? Any questions about the trees? Anything? We'll be walking around. So during the group work also, you can tell us. Thank you so much for, yeah, we can start distributing the trees, but from now on, you can consider a 34-minute break. And we come back at 12:30.
Very fun. This is my what's photo. So I try to simplify this based on his lecture about dissimilarity index. So for example, we have say this one here, right? Jadi hanya dia aja mana maksimum, mana minimum Indonesia. Ini sederhana. Cuma karena ini saya ingin sebelumnya sudah COVID, tidak ada dua gitu. Jadi keseluruhan ini bisa jadi sembarangan. Oh, oh banget yang gitu-gitu kan. Ya, ya.
I give you my card. You please send me an email, and then I send you this file.
Okay.
So this is an example.
Let me take my glass.
Okay. Yeah.
Sorry.
Bring. No. Please.
Okay.
Okay.
They're great.
So this is the everything is here.
Template, yeah.
Template.
Yeah.
This is based on the household survey. So access to electricity, and we have these 12 groups: richer, rural, tertiary, richer, rural, lower, Here you will have the provinces. You'll start with Jakarta. Jakarta. And then you go.
Yeah.
You put all of them here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Then PI. This is the GDP per capita in Jakarta.
Yes.
P bar, P hat is the average.
National
Average. Then this is already absolute value difference. You don't need to. So I can put this here. This is where you put the numbers. This will be same number across all.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
This is going to be the number that's and then this here is the relative size of each of these groups. So maybe here you put the share of population in Jakarta, share of population in provinces, so that we can see that
yes.
Different provinces, different.
Very relevant. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So this is also where you need to make a.
So it's a proportion of this percentage distribution of population, right?
Yes. If you keep them all the same, they can be similar weight. Like this column, this column here adds up to 1.
Okay.
It adds up to 1.
Yes.
So Jakarta is maybe 20%. Then you have 5%. They will add up to 100%. Yeah. And then the formula is going to. So if you change these yellow highlights, the formula will come immediately. So you can add more here, more groups, more rows, and then we can take a look.
Yes. Actually, we have. I call it demographic variation for say here. This nganggur, can you listen? This is unemployment actually.
Okay.
This is underemployment.
Okay.
So I have this, right? So how do I put this in the template? We have type of resident, we have gender, we have age group, we have disabled status. I don't know if you can simplifying also.
Do you have Sakanas 2024?
I don't know.
Microdata.
Okay.
Because for this we need the microdata.
Yeah. We have to choose.
Because then for this we can have a model including gender, age, disability.
Yes.
And what's this?
Educational.
Education. So
Yeah.
we run the
Yeah.
algorithm and then it will be easy. So maybe to BPS we can ask if they have succubus.
Pak Ganjang, ada yang teman penas nggak? Bapak penas BPS? Di sini lagi ada nggak? Lagi ada nggak yang teman BPS? Ada salat ya?
Dia belum pakai ICP, not yet.
Enggak.
ICP 17 not yet.
Jadi saya menerapkan ini.
Yeah.
Just try to to use his model, and we have this Pak Ganjang, and if I'm able to access, say, what is the percentage of say the lower 40, the upper 60, right?
Yeah.
So we can see the.
If Sakana's report provides the group averages without even getting microdata, you can compute the similarity index for this. But for example, we have Sakana's 2019, and where we look
This our team from BPS
Yeah.
bring
Sakanas. So
new Sakanas.
tomorrow we can start working with that.
And also Pak Beta also bring 2024 Susenas.
Okay,
So
okay.
we can use the
Okay, yeah.
latest data.
Yeah,
Beta.
excellent.
Okay.
Yeah.
I already asked her and I said we can use it.
Oh, perfect. Perfect. They will do the job. We give them the algorithm, and it'll be great. But we'll be there, so it'll be great. Excellent. Yeah. It's good to have BPS here
Yes,
with people working.
I already
discuss
with her.
Okay.
Yeah, this is they are ready.
No, excellent. Excellent.
Yes, thank you.
Jadi we have obviously we don't have much time to explore further.
You're coming tomorrow or no?
No, I don't think I have.
No,
I
okay,
have something to.
But I keep in mind,
Yes.
maybe in your email, send to me the indicators that you're working on.
Okay.
Because I don't think we have underemployment. I don't think we looked, but to Sakana's team, I can say.
Yeah, Sakan. This is using data from Sakan.
Yeah. He's responsible for SDG 8, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah. So the indicators you're looking at in SDG 8 goal profile, we can replicate them in the LNOB analysis.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think now we have informal employment, unemployment,
What
average
the
hourly
definition is
wage.
for informal? Because we currently what I use is just define informal based on employment status.
We follow what Sakana's.
Okay.
Whatever Sakana's tells us.
Because I like is too
Yeah.
complicated.
Yeah.
To apply.
We in our analysis, our results, we have to always match with the with what the data producer does. So for example, for example, here average hourly wage, ACG 8.5.1. Okay. So we found that it was 15,800 rupiah average wage.
Okay.
This is what Sakana's report says. So this number I have to match to what BPS says.
Yes.
If I don't match this, then BPS will say, I don't believe.
I understand.
I don't, you know.
This is the same situation with you.
When you're in ILO, especially, you have to match, and then they say, this is my data, this is my,
For example, for projection. Actually, we have projection data, but we have to follow what NSO.
Yeah.
Actually, I have a question about this. Is AE give you we have okay, what I don't I think I have maybe another. No, I mean disaggregation by expenditure. Is that your predetermined characteristic?
Yeah.
Or AE decided to you? You have used
we decide the model, but the machine learning is deciding which one comes first and then which comes next.
So for example, I think you have say economic status, right? Of the 60%.
Yeah, but the point,
and I say urban rural, right?
Yeah.
You generate a model of all of this, right?
Yeah.
And let machines to decide
Yeah.
which one is campus.
Yeah.
So this is actually my question. Actually,
The machine deciding, but
yes, yes.
for example, we are doing bottom 40, top 60, but it can be bottom 30, middle 30, top 30. We decide that. The machine
Yes,
is
yes.
not deciding.
Yes, yes.
So bottom 40
Yeah.
and top 60 we made.
No, no. My question is just the order. So
Order is the
so-
machine.
Machine, yes, that's very helpful. Actually.
Yeah.
Helpful
Yeah.
because I know a little about statistics. Very long process.
Yeah.
To come with the first.
Yeah. Well, and it's at times because this is doing too much computer science and less
Yes.
statistics, but at least there's ANOVA. And
Yes.
ANOVA is something not like outrageous. ANOVA is
Yeah.
nice. It's a
Yeah.
good methodology.
Yes.
So we are still basing it in statistics, but
Yes.
there's a computation that the algorithm machine learning is helping. Otherwise, machine learning doesn't have a methodology on its own. It's using ANOVA. Yeah.
So I'm glad you put the official figure here.
Is always we have to match the
Okay.
official figure because when we were doing this, we hired a consultant here in Indonesia who had access to the data, and we said we have to follow the SDG dashboard. The numbers need to match. Yeah, because we are not like World Bank, IMF. They don't care. What the country reports, but with the UN, ILO saying.
Actually in SDG indicator there is for GDP per capita. So World Bank.
Yeah.
But I've found this is to me it's not it doesn't make sense because COVID is not reflect in that series.
Yeah.
But I understand because this is just using models to generate the figure.
Yeah.
But this is different from BPS. BPS is the actual data.
Okay. Yeah.
So this, so sometimes I just use my common sense to decide it.
Yeah.
Not blindly following what is there.
Yeah.
Thanks very much. It's very
Pleasure.
yeah.
You send me an email, and then later I will send you the Excel file.
Okay.
And
Welcome back. Thank you very much for coming. So let's give ourselves about 15-20 minutes max for the group discussions. Please take notes on the papers, and then this will guide our work tomorrow and the day after. Okay. But we can also give a little bit of time to colleagues to discuss or have some questions. Then we will move to Chitra's presentation at around 1 o'clock because she has a very nice thing to also show to you. If you have any questions, raise your hands and we'll be by your side, okay? So group work starts, we have 15 minutes. Colleagues, how is it going? I think it's maybe time to stop the group work. I'm sure, I assure you, tomorrow and on Thursday we'll do much more of this. So this is, take it as a starter, teaser. You can take the HDMI. We'll just do a bit of a discussion if anyone wants to share, and then we move to you, okay? Do we have any colleagues who would like to share some ideas? Anyone wants to share, based on the discussion, some feedback? All right, let's. Were you just put on the spot? Yeah, but no. If you guys want to share something from your discussion.
Yeah, it's okay if you want to share in Indonesia. Okay, thank you everyone. I'm Wahida from Directorate of Poverty Alleviation and Community Empowerment Bappenas. Maybe I speak in bahasa and in English. Okay, in bahasa. Iya Bapak Ibu, tadi ini dibagikan sheet yang kita menganalisis kondisi unemployment, di mana oke. Udah. Di sini kami memilih unemployment, di mana unemployment ini berdasarkan model yang sudah tersedia gitu ya. Itu ada di breakdown berdasarkan urban, terus sex dan age group serta education. Unemployment di sini ketika kita melihat berdasarkan usianya, ada yang di breakdown berdasarkan usia kurang dari 15 tahun, kemudian 25 sampai 65 gitu ya. Dan kita lihat lagi bagaimana kondisinya di urban dan di rural. Ternyata kondisi unemployment ini lebih banyak di urban gitu ya Bapak Ibu. Kemudian kita lihat lagi kondisinya bagaimana kalau kita breakdown berdasarkan education sektornya. Nah, tadi ketika dia lebih banyak di urban dan kita lihat ternyata yang secondary dan tertiary education itu lebih banyak. Dan itu terjadi lebih banyaknya juga pada laki-laki dibandingkan dengan perempuan. Mungkin ini analisis berdasarkan data yang sudah ada gitu ya, berdasarkan data Sakernas. Nah, saran kami dari diskusi kelompok di sini mungkin kita perlu untuk melihat bagaimana sebenarnya kondisi employment-nya gitu ya. Karena di sini hanya melihat unemployment-nya saja. Kita tidak melihat bagaimana sih sebenarnya kondisi misalkan di perkotaan ataupun perdesaan, beberapa case rumah tangga gitu ya, yang dia statusnya adalah setengah pengangguran. Kemudian yang perlu ditekankan lagi dan mungkin ini masih menjadi pertanyaan bagi kelompok kami adalah ketika tadi di breakdown berdasarkan jenis kelamin, sepertinya ini kalau di pikiran kelompok kami itu agak kurang sesuai gitu ya. Kenapa laki-laki itu di perkotaan itu penganggurannya itu lebih besar dibandingkan dengan perempuan. Mungkin seperti itu kalau berdasarkan diskusi yang sudah kelompok kami lakukan. Mungkin dari Pak Gancang ataupun Mas Mbak yang lain ingin menambahkan. Oh iya. Selanjutnya Bapak Ibu, ini juga kita menganalisisnya berdasarkan sektor informal.
Sektor informal di sini juga di breakdown ya. Ada sektor agriculture, kemudian industri, service, dan manufaktur ya. Di sektor agriculture ini informal sektornya lebih besar dibandingkan dengan sektor industri dan sektor-sektor yang lainnya. Kemudian berdasarkan pendidikannya juga yang lower education itu memang informal sektornya itu juga lebih besar gitu ya kalau kita lihat berdasarkan data yang sudah ada. Serta kalau kita lihat di urban dan di ruralnya ini informal sektor itu lebih banyak di rural gitu ya Bapak Ibu. Dan ketika kita lihat juga lower dan secondary education, kemudian sektornya adalah sektor apa ini ya? Services itu lebih besar informal sektornya jika dibandingkan dengan industri dan manufaktur. Mungkin seperti itu dulu dari kelompok kami. Sekian, terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much. So we have a good suggestion on including especially underemployment. And tomorrow Sakarna's team with the latest Sakarna's, we can look into underemployment because it's capturing only part of the issue, and this is great suggestion. And then we can dig deeper and validate the numbers. There are some surprises that came, yeah? So we can look into it. Thank you very much for this group. Anybody from this group would like to say something? Maybe other indicator, if you looked into other than unemployment, informal employment? Okay. Let's do it quickly. It's already one and we need to go to social protection, but we want everyone to say something, but let's keep it brief.
Okay, so our group is about the bank account, and we found out that even though the European variable is also included within the analysis right here, but it's not on the notes, so we don't know what it's doing. But when we thought about bank accounts, it should be that if you have a sector on the economic sector, which is, for example, agriculture, and others are non-agriculture based, say when you're in the cities, having a services area, it should differ in terms of having a bank account. So that's quite an anomaly. And other things include when we compare about the gender gap, which is we have the first node would be education. So the difference between having or doesn't have bank account would be that the education, rather than it's low, it can be tertiary. But when we see if they're still poor, the gap between female and female of having bank accounts is very small compared to if they have secondary education and they're included in one of the productive ages. When you compare those with female and male, it's kind of a big gap. So probably can happen with a marriage setting or something. And probably the last one would be if we have a tertiary education, it's still only 85% regarding the bank account. So still probably either the tertiary education is not as high quality as we thought, or yeah, so kind of open up a bunch of questions.
Thank you very much. On financial inclusion, we actually do applause to, thank you. We will look into digital financial inclusion with World Bank's data also in the technical one, for those who may not have access to SUSENAS or SAKERNAS. So it can give us the employment sector come into play in that data set for sure. But great idea, we'll check from SUSENAS also. Thank you. Anybody here? Yes, please.
We would unmet healthcare need. So yeah, so we would like to suggest, if possible, you can add another indicators regarding on region. because actually the characteristic of tree region of Indonesia is very specific. The second one, in the healthcare need, actually for the recent 10 years, Indonesia in general doesn't have a problem with access. But the issue is whether the essential service package available or not. So for example, the district has the hospital, but they do not have the blood transfusion unit. So the demand exists, but the supply is not available. So that's for the two indicators that we suggest for you. And then we also take a look into the birth registration and birth-in facility. In our discussion, actually, you can put similar variable for birth facility. The variable should be similar with the birth registration, because in Indonesia, if the mother gives birth at the health facility, it is directly she will get the birth certification. So actually, if you can, these two things can be elaborated, becomes one. So that's our suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's great. Food for thought. Do we have any new feedback from here you guys want to share? You can pass and you can do more tomorrow. Yeah.
Okay, we are going to discuss, and actually it is already explained during the presentation, but we would like to offer the nuance of the analysis. It is about the sanitation. What we would like to propose in here is about the sequence of the analysis, or the way we put the variable into the analysis, because in the sanitation, the order, in the first order after the basic sanitation, you put the education status first, and oh, yeah. Yeah, the machine learning put the education status, but according to our analysis, the variable that put afterward, such as the wealthy and also the residents, such as the urban and rural, it is more the upper level indicator instead of the education status. That's why we assume that because during your explanation, we explained that it was not significant, because that's why the result won't show up. So we propose to reverse the order of the analysis, just starting from the general until to the lower level indicator, because the way it's structured right now, the education status should be below the rest, the location, and also the wealth status of the population. Thank you.
We can change the circumstances. It's the head of education. If you do any education in the household, it might change the tree. So the trees are sensible or responsive to how, but the moment we add a circumstance in there, we really don't touch, or we're not involved at where the tree starts disaggregating and how it goes. What we can do is, in this basic sanitation, look into, as you said, wealth and urban a little bit deeper to see why is it that they're not showing up. So it could be food for thought to further deepening this to make sure why we're getting this. Yeah, thank you. Do we have any comments from here? These two groups? Yeah.
Let me explain in bahasa. Untuk yang informal employment, untuk variabel-variabel yang dimasukkan ke sini untuk indikator informal employment, setelah diskusi tadi untuk semuanya sudah make sense, hingga dari untuk pekerja employment di informal, kemudian di sektor agriculture, tidak terdapat perbedaan antara di urban ataupun rural. Jadi yang kita tangkap informasinya adalah gap terjadi antara male dan female. Seperti itu. Dan kalau untuk satu lagi, untuk yang internet use, mungkin kita juga tadi sepakat dengan kelompok yang sebelah sini menambahkan region, karena untuk melihat kesenjangan juga penggunaan di internet, karena di Indonesia itu khususnya untuk daerah timur kemungkinan besar ada kesulitan infrastruktur, jadi kesulitan akses dan juga pastinya akan berpengaruh ke internet use itu. Tadi baru 2 yang kami diskusikan. Thank you.
That's great. These national results can be also estimated at regional level. That's one thing we can do, or add region as a circumstance and let the tree show which regions are grouped together as. So these are 2 alternative ways of looking into it. Tomorrow and Thursday, great food for thought. Last but not least, who is reporting from? Do you want to share something from here? If you have an indicator that is not yet discussed or anything works, but let's be brief.
Let me speak in bahasa. Jadi kami memilih indikator hourly wage in thousand. Beberapa hal yang kami perhatikan ya dari indikator ini bahwa faktor yang paling berpengaruh dalam adanya gap di indikator rata-rata upah per jam tenaga kerja itu adalah pendidikan dan juga jenis kelamin. Jadi kami melihat pendidikan dan juga gender gap ini berpengaruh paling signifikan dalam indikator hourly wage in thousand. Kemudian satu hal yang kami sarankan untuk ditambahkan dalam analisis ini adalah status disabilitas yang mungkin berpengaruh dalam indikator ini. Thank you.
Thank you very much. One thing you may have noticed just came to my mind. The age enters as a group, 15, 24, 25, 64, 65 plus. But that's one way of doing it. We can also put age as a continuous variable, and then the algorithm will find the age groups on its own. So that's also an alternative specification, I think, especially in SDG 8 indicators. It can be, we can do it that way also. So we can give the algorithm more power to look for additional variation. Yeah. Okay. So with that, I think we can close LNOB. LNOB will continue tomorrow and Thursday, more in detail. Thank you so much for your attention. Now we're going to social protection. Social protection, and Chitra will take you through the presentation.
Oke, selamat siang Bapak Ibu sekalian. Semoga masih masih semangat. Ada satu lagi tool yang akan kita introduce. Jadi kita punya 2 tools selain Leaving No One Behind. We also have the Social Protection Online Toolbox, or SPOT in short. We call it SPOT simulators. Next. So basically, SPOT simulators empowers policymakers. How? So we are using the data from Household Income and Expenditure Survey, and we try to assess the impacts of providing universal non-contributory social protections benefits and turn it into a tangible and measurable outcomes. In SPOT, we have poverty, inequality, and also consumption level. And in SPOT, we are using 4 different non-contributory programs, which are, sorry, can you go back? Which are the child benefits, disability benefits, maternity benefits, and old age pension. Okay, next. This is how the dashboard will look like. Later, we will explore it together. So basically, first thing you can do is you can choose the countries. Right now, we have around 29 countries in Spot. For Indonesia, we are using Susanas, and the latest data that we are using is the 2023. So it's quite updated. And then you can also select which benefits you want to assess. So out of the 4, if you want to, for instance, this one is showing you if we want to look at the child benefits, but you can also choose other benefits and you can combine. So for instance, if you want child and disability, you can also do that by clicking the benefits there upstairs. And also we have 2 different benefit level, which are the global average and the OECD average. And if you click on the average, it will show you what does it mean. So for instance, this one for global average, in terms of the child benefits, it is considered as 4% of the GDP per capita level. And there you can see the result will be shown in the dashboard. So in this case, for the child benefits, if you provide universal child benefits at the global average level, it will decrease poverty by 59% and also increase consumption by 21%. Yeah, next. Okay, and if you want to see more detailed result, you can click read more and it will show you on the right hand side the detailed informations. So in terms of the poverty rate, you can see we have national poverty line and we also have the international poverty line. So in this case, you can see if you provide child benefits, it will help to reduce poverty by 8.5% for the international poverty line of 6.85, which is the typical poverty line for upper middle income countries such as Indonesia. Okay, next. In Spot, we are also showing different types of measures that you can see. In terms of poverty, for instance, we have the rates, which means the total of number of populations below the poverty line. And we are using different poverty line, the national and international. And we are also using the poverty gap, which shows the intensity of the poverty. So basically showing the on average how far the poor is from the from the poverty line, sorry. And we also provide a different category. So for instance, in here you can see, sorry, it's a bit small, but we'll explore later the dashboard. So it's either a recipient or the total populations. Basically, total population is for the total populations, but for recipients is for only the recipient's household, which means a household in which at least one of the individuals receive the benefits. And the simulator also provides disaggregated informations. So this is a sample for the consumption level. So you can select the disaggregations by urban, rural, by different household types, and also by different income levels. So we have a by decile of income. Next. Okay. And in advanced mode of the Spot simulator, you can also design your own schemes and see how it will impact poverty level, inequality level, and consumptions. So basically, you will choose the set your own parameters, and you can edit the benefit level that you want to put, the age, eligibility, administrative costs, and also the means test, which means if you want a targeted scheme, like for instance, in Indonesia, you are using 40, the bottom 40, you can also do that and set your own parameters. And you can also combine and compare different schemes. So you just add plus next to the country name, and then you can choose like scenario A and scenario B, and the result will be shown in the same box. These also can be used to compare with different countries. So for instance, if you want to see providing universal child benefits in Indonesia compared to other countries like Fiji, for instance, you can see like how much it decrease the poverty in Indonesia and compared to the other countries. Just a little bit about the behind the scenes of the spot. So basically, we are using the micro-level household survey data, and as mentioned, in case of Indonesia, we are using Susenas, and then we are using the main inputs in this spot simulator is the per capita household expenditure, and then we are also have individual characteristics such as age, sex, education level, and then we are also using the expenditure data to assess the impact. The idea behind the simulators is like a morning after change. So basically we try to introduce what will happen if in the survey year, the government are providing the benefits that we are looking into, and what is the impact on poverty, consumptions, and the inequality. Basically, we assume that the impacts is directly happening in the same year as the survey, and hence the characteristic of the household or the income level doesn't change. So that's why it's called the morning after. Next. And in terms of the way we calculate in the targeted means, we are using the proxy means test. It's a basically it's a situations where the household characteristic is being used to predict as a proxy of income, welfare, or needs. And because of the difficulties and challenges to do a sophisticated means testing, usually proximitase is the one that is been using by the government. That's why we also use PMT in this case. And it's a based on the OLS, ordinary least square, of the linear model where we predict the natural logs of the household expenditures with the household characteristics such as age, sex, and also different types of dwelling, education level, and etc. But unfortunately, of course, the PMT has limitations. It often leads to high exclusion and inclusion errors, which means that if we are using a targeted scheme, there are some people who are supposed to get it, but then being excluded, and also some people who are not eligible to get the benefit, but included in the system. The key assumption that we are using is we are using consumption expenditure as the welfare, and we are assuming that 100% of the cash transfer received from the government by household are spent. So we are not using any saving assumption in this case. And government revenue as a share of GDP is constant over time. And then also the welfare distribution is similar with the year of the survey. Okay, so right now I will show a little bit directly into the dashboard. Hopefully the internet supports. You can also, if you have a laptop with you, you can also explore together with me. So the link is spot.unescap.org/simulator, or we have also in the card. Yes, so you can see this is the how Spot looks like. So we also have Learn. If you click on Learn, we have e-learning. And you can get certificates if you finish the e-learning as well. And if you click on Explore, we actually have a lot of our reports, so you can also check that out. So in terms of the simulator, you click on Simulate, and the first one you can do is choose your country. So right now we are using Indonesia. And get started. So this is how the dashboard will look like. So automatically we are choosing all of the benefits, combining all of the benefits at the global average level. And it will show you like if the country is providing universal benefits for all of the 4 different schemes at the global average, how much poverty will reduce, how much inequality will reduce, and how much it will increase consumption. If you want to check a specific benefit, you can click on Show Data Explorer, and then you can select which benefits you want to do. So for instance, right now, let's select only child. And the dashboard will automatically be updated with the new result. Sorry, it's a bit slow. Yeah. But basically, it's really easy, right? What do you think? I think it's really user-friendly. I mean, you can play around with it in your own time. Okay, because it's taking a little bit of a long time to load. We can also do the selecting a specific schemes that we want to do. So you can select here, set your own parameter here. And then it will show like this. So if you want to make your own scheme, you can click on edit, and in here you can change the level of the benefits, the age eligibility, the administrative cost, and also the proximate tested. So maybe we can try using the proximate tested, for instance. You just click on the plus sign. And then, for instance, we can drag into the 40%. Yeah, and close. And see the result will automatically be changed. Yeah. Sorry, I'm going a little bit fast, but so far, is there any questions related to Spot? And also, if you want to compare, you can click on the plus sign here. Here, you can choose either Indonesia, and then if you click on edits, it will show you the scenario A, scenario B, so you can set the different scenario. Or if you want to compare with other country, you can also click on that, and the result will show you a comparison between Indonesia and Bangladesh in this case. Is there any question?
Uh, so you stated in a previous presentation that spot simulators use personas or micro level household data. So when we know that the policy cannot make the fastest impact, is there any limitation that we can use the spot simulators for any policy that we know that it can be have the fast impact?
Okay, so basically what the simulator is doing is we try to show you that if you are providing universal benefits, especially in terms of the child, disability, old age, and maternity, the impact is quite huge. In most cases, at least, especially in Indonesia, you can see that the level of the decrease in poverty is huge. So this is something to be considered whenever you are trying to put in place a specific social protection schemes. So basically, this is a basis to discuss among the policymakers of what social protection schemes that you want to put in place and how it will impact the society. Like for instance, in the case of Indonesia, we know that we have the program Keluarga Harapan, but program Keluarga Harapan currently is not a universal, so it's only bottom 40%, if I'm not mistaken, and also there are some specific amount that the household receive, and later in our exercise we will show you, but mostly the amount of the money provided by the government are not in equivalent with the global average, right? Like usually it's below the global average, which means then the impact will not as huge as if we are using the global average or we are using the universal targeted scheme. So basically, this is helping policymaker to show that if you want to improve your social protection schemes, how much it will impact the society. And also we can show you how much it will actually cost in terms of the percentage of GDP. So basically, this is just like a background note whenever a policymakers is thinking about expanding the social protection system.
Terima kasih. Oh yeah, okay. Thank you. So I'm kind of new to this social protection thing. So thank you for this learning opportunity. One thing that I really want to know is that I don't see any like for hello. Oh, I I don't see any mention about economic shocks, like macroeconomic shocks or any types of force major that shocks the economy of country in particular. So how does this universal social protection things respond to that? I think that's my question.
Yes, thank you so much. That's a very great question. Actually, right now, what we have in Spot, as you can clearly see, we don't count the shocks in here, but we have an upcoming project which will deep dive into that. So specifically the correlations between climate change and social protections. And actually Indonesia is one of the targeted countries. So we will explore more on that in the next project. But for now, we are not considering shocks in spot simulators. It's an upcoming project that Indonesia will be a part of.
Thank you.
Thank you for presenting. Just a quick couple of questions. The first one is, if we compare between two countries, for example, Indonesia and Bangladesh, do you assume that the way they collect the data is the methodology is similar? Because Indonesia used the Susenas. What about the Bangladesh? That's number one from the methodology. The second one, have you think about another factors, for example, because for this analysis, you consider, for example, child and maternity. The health system between Indonesia and Bangladesh is totally different. So do you consider about that? And also the third is about the economic factors, inflation, something. Also about the geographical situation. Bangladesh, a small country, one land, Indonesia, archipelago. So I think why we raise these issues, because it's important for the policy making. For us, I think it's the recent years, Indonesia should consider that previously we have a policy, one policy fit for all. But nowadays, Indonesia should change their paradigm. We could not have one policy for all Indonesia. So that's I think we should consider for the context Indonesia. Thank you.
I didn't follow from the beginning, so probably my question relevant or not. Is this simulation can be used to choose which the best intervention? Okay. The thing is, for example, if you, whether free meals or education subsidy between unconditional cash transfer with conditional cash transfer. So this is the use for that. One. Second is how then this relates with the other, probably similar to the question at the back. How this relate with the other two tools before? Can we connect it to connect to that? So, okay, if the result from one tool is like this, then let's go here to really you know, do more simulation because this is that one is portrait. This one is what if. So the connection.
Thank you. Thank you for the questions. So in terms of the comparison, for instance, we are using for all of the country, we are using their household income and expenditure survey. Of course, it will be different from one country to another, but we try to use the same exact variables in one country to another. Like for instance, the characteristic, which is basics, right? Like mostly the survey will have it, like age, education, but of course, in other cases, like for instance, employment type. In Indonesia, the employment type disaggregations is different with Bangladesh case, for instance. So we try to take into account, but basically the indicators that we are using are the same. So age, the characteristic we are using are the same based on their own country survey. And how we try to do the comparison, we are using the PPP. So basically, in terms of like, for instance, I didn't show you, but let me show quickly. So in Spot, we are all in not only this one, but we also have a regional comparisons. So if you go back, simulate, and then you can choose any country, for instance. And in here, you can see there is a regional comparison here. And then it will show you the comparison between countries. So in terms of poverty rate, inequality rate, basically the way we calculate the things are the same, right? Like for instance, poverty rate is the total population, the total number of people below the poverty rates. Of course, we are using different poverty rate in terms of the national poverty line. So if we are trying to compare, maybe that one is not really comparable because our poverty line with Bangladesh poverty line are different. That's why we are also using the international poverty line, and we are using the PPP. So that one can be compared between each countries. And in terms of inequality, it's also comparable because we are using the same methodology like Gini ratio, Palma ratio. We also have the quintile ratio. So that one can also be compared. And also in terms of the cost, it could also be compared because we are using again like PPP, but then of course like take everything with a grain of salt, right? Like for instance, we try to say that, oh, in Indonesia, if you provide the universal benefits, the impact is so huge. Like for instance, 60% something reduced in poverty, with the cost is very low. But there is a reason behind it, right? Like for instance, maybe national poverty line, our national poverty line is quite low. So by providing this amount, which is in global and OECD average, it will really help those people, while maybe in other countries their poverty rate is already so high, so or they are already in better situations. So when you put those amount of money, maybe it will not be as impactful to them. And also like in terms of Indonesia, because we are a huge country, our GDP is actually quite huge. That's why when we say a percentage of GDP, maybe it's low because our GDP is huge. But in a small country where their GDP is low, then the percentage of the GDP will also be higher. So it is comparable, but of course, like the reasonings behind it, you need to think more about it. Yes. And for Ibu, in terms of the connectivity between this tool and LNOB, we are having a project SP to LNOB. So basically, we are trying to combine the two. Maybe Salsa will explain more about it. And in terms of the schemes that we're putting in here, unfortunately, right now we can only assess the cash transfer. So for instance, in terms of like free meal, we cannot really assess here unless maybe we put it into like a monetary value. So for instance, we assume that all of the children in school are receiving 20,000 rupiah per day as a free meal, even though like the meal is not money, but we can kind of make an assumption like that. Yes. So basically, yeah, the limitation is we only calculate the cash transfer, like monetary value of the schemes. Yeah, and also again, like in terms of the service and everything, we cannot do it here because again the limitations that the tool have. Is there? Uh-huh.
Thank you very much. Yes, I just comparing between Fiji and Indonesia. The amount for social protection is more or less not different, but the result, the white one with existing scheme, this is Indonesia and Fiji also almost the same. But in Fiji, there is showing the picture within different within no scheme and with scheme. There is no different result. But in Indonesia, you don't show us how if no scheme. Yes, thank you very much.
Yes. So in Spot, we try to capture the existing scheme, but we are capturing these schemes from the survey itself. So for instance, in terms of PKH, there is no specific questions on the amount of money they receive from PKH or like whether they receive it or not. So basically, in terms of the existing scheme, we have a limitations based on the survey. And if we cannot assess whether they get the benefit or not and how much the amount of benefit they get, then we put it as zero. So basically, yes, in place there are some schemes, but it's not captured within the survey. So maybe that's also one of the reasons why in the case of Indonesia, there is no exactly change like with no scheme and existing scheme because we cannot capture the benefits from the
Yes,
survey.
thank you. But for the case of Fiji, there is no difference with scheme and without scheme. So why Fiji should give a scheme? Because the result is same. Yeah, thank you.
If I'm not mistaken, in the case of Fiji, because they are kind of already well off, and their poverty line is quite high. So basically, when they provide the amount as the global average, it's not enough to make them jump into like not poor. If I'm not mistaken, by looking at the data, it's because of the poverty line, the high level of poverty line, which means that if they want to have a bigger impact, then they will need to provide a higher level of benefits. Yeah, that's based on my understanding.
Well, maybe one, I used to work on this before I came to LNOB, so I'm not as sharp as Shitra here, but the difference between existing and existing scheme or no scheme, you see this especially in countries where they have universal benefits. If benefits are universal and the benefit amounts are sufficient, like not at the global average, at least value, then there is really a big difference between having no scheme and having a scheme. But I think what Chitra mentioned is very important. I remember working on, I'm from Turkey and I worked on the Turkey's results here. In Turkey's household budget survey, you could not see who is receiving social protection scheme and in what amount. So basically the results could not kind of, if there are households receiving money, we did not take out any money from them to come to the no scheme situation. So I think there is a bit of nuance there with that data availability, which is essentially making country comparison like this a little bit maybe difficult. Maybe it's not a good idea, or there should be more qualifications here to say that, look, in some survey data, we can identify households receiving a multitude of schemes and the amounts, but in other countries, yeah, we don't.
Thank you.
Okay, I think check. I think this tool is best tools for to calculate the social protection schemes to reducing poverty, because in my sectors usually we calculate manually by data how to scheme of usually PKH or sembako to reducing poverty, and maybe I think this is a best tool for us to calculate the simulation. But in this spot, I don't see the household aspect. Maybe in this spot, like only to PKH individual base. Is there to household base in here?
Okay, so in terms of the household, you can see in here consumption, for instance. We have disaggregations based on the household type here. Sorry, yes, and then we can see the like urban, rural. Sorry, here household type. So basically, we can see the different impact in different household type. But I got what you mean. Like in terms of PKH, for instance, because it's a targeted scheme, right? And then the amount of money that the household receive will be different based on the characteristic of that household. So for instance, if they have children in school versus no children in school, the amount will be different. So it's a bit difficult to assess, but we are actually coming to it. So in the hands-on exercise, we'll explore about it, but we can kind of separate some of the schemes from PKH in here. Like for instance, in terms of like the amount of money that the children in school receive, we can choose our own scheme in the case of children. So for instance, we can choose the age. If they are currently in elementary school age, then this is the amount that they will receive. And then we can also choose the below 40%. So there is a way to kind of predict, but maybe it's not like as perfect as what the PKH is providing. Yes, and yes, I totally agree with you. Maybe this one is not really support for the VNR, for instance, but this is more for planning, especially for the Poverty Alleviation's Directorate, because they are the one who deal with this and yeah, to calculate how much is the impact on poverty level.
One experience recently from 2023 Voluntary National Review Cambodia, they used some of the spot results in their Voluntary National Review when they were talking about forward-looking policies that they want to do for leaving no one behind or for overall. SDG 1.3.1 is all about social protection. So I think there could be also a place in the VNR to talk about, like, hypothetically, if that poverty could be reduced or inequality could be reduced if certain schemes were enrolled or like provided universally.
Yes, thank you. Is there any more question? If not, maybe to to get more sense about the tool, we prepare a short hands-on exercise. I'll share you so you can access the questions if you want. You can access the questions here, but I also have some print out. Maybe you can do it in group. I have only 5 unfortunately print out, but yeah, you can download from this QR code, and also later I will also show in the screens. So yeah, I'll give you maybe until 2 p.m. to do the exercise, and then later after that we will be doing it together and see the result. Hopefully the internet allow. Otherwise I'll show you like how to do it, and then we will have discussions about the result. So yeah, maybe 2 p.m. until 2 p.m. So let me show also in the screen the questions. And also we in Spot, we provide the informations about the current schemes that the country is having. Even though maybe it's not captured in the survey, then it's not captured in the simulator, but we provide some information. So please, if you think that my information is false, maybe I'm not really updated with the current level of PKH, please do let us know so we can also update the information in Spot. Yep, please, if you have any question, you can raise your hand. I hope I hope it loads correctly. So I think if we go around, it's kind of loading. Is there anyone who has a result showing off, or it's loading for everyone? Okay, maybe if it's too much loading, we can do it together. Maybe the data will not be shown as well in my computer, but we can at least see how to do it and have a little bit of discussions about it as well. Let me. Oh, okay. So we have a little bit of background, and in this hands-on exercise, we talk more about the child benefits specifically. And as mentioned here, we noticed that Indonesia already have some form of cash transfer for child in terms of the PKH. So, and the amount of money received per month is really depends on the level of educations of the kids. And we noted this several different level of the cash transfer as written in the screen. So the first one we will see on the dashboard how the impact if we are providing a universal child benefits, which means to everyone, not targeting the below 40% household on the global average level. So what can we do is we go to the country. So first Indonesia, and then get started, and we show the data explorer, and then we choose only the child benefits, and then it should show you here how much is the impact. So for instance, number 2, by how much will such a benefit to reduce poverty rate, it will show here, which is 59% actually. And the third questions will be how much this benefit increase consumption for the poorest household. It will show up here at the consumption dashboard, and it will be 21%. And how much of the poorest household reach? It will be here about the population reach. And for the poorest household, it's about 86.5% reach. So it's a huge number of the poorest household will be reached by providing the universal child benefits. And also, in terms of the global average level, for the child benefits, it will be around 273,000 rupiah per month. So we are using PPP, and it's the 4% of GDP per capita for the global average. So it amounts to 273 rupiah, and it should also show somewhere here, but unfortunately because the internet doesn't allow, so yeah, it's around 273. And if you think about it, this is quite a big amount of money, because in Indonesia, for instance, for 2023, the national poverty line, the average national poverty line is about 550,000. So basically, it's more or less a half of the national poverty line for the child benefit itself. And if you think about the minimum wage, the average minimum wage, we take note that is around 2,900,000, so around 3 million. And even though, yes, the 273,000 may not be that much, it's only like around 10% of the minimum wage. So of course, it's not replacing the minimum wage, but think about it like that amount is helping the poorest a lot. Okay. Yeah, so yeah, hopefully some of you will help the result that's shown here. And also the simulator showed that the cost is actually quite low, only 1.3%. So it helped to reduce the poverty by almost 60% with the low cost of 1.3% of GDP. So maybe we can have a little bit of discussion. Do you think it's worth it to expand the child benefit to a universal one, instead of the one that we are currently having, which is under PKH, and it's a targeted one? Is there somebody who wants to share their thoughts? No? Yeah, it's not. Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry, it's not loading. So yeah, but you can download the question, and then later you can play around with it in your own time, maybe. Okay, so moving on to the second part. So this one is actually, we are trying to show the different impacts of the different schemes. So for instance, for the part one, we are trying to set our benefits to 250,000 per month, and using the same like PKH, so we are targeting the bottom 40, and this one is only for the age of 0 to 6. And then we try to assess the reduction in poverty rate and how much of the population's scheme reach, and also how much is the exclusion error, and what is the estimated costs of this scheme. So the way to do it is we set on our own parameters, and then we click edits, and then when you want to change the amount, you can click here in IDR, and then 250,000. Okay, And for the age, you can choose 0 to 6. Isn't it 5? Okay, 6. 6, and then proximate test, you can choose 40%. And then the results should be shown here. Okay, it actually show up. Yeah. So in this case, so we try to provide, okay, yes. Yeah. No, in this exercise, we keep it as 5. Yeah, we didn't change it. What? The 5
You want, so the 5% administrative cost is the 5% of the total cost of the program. You know, everyone receiving child benefits, 250,000, 0 to 6. Now aggregate that cost up. 5% of it is the cost of implementing the scheme. When you have a universal scheme, the cost is much smaller because like you're not doing any targeting. But when you do a poverty means testing, then the cost can be higher. No. So, for example, if under universal, the base assumption is 5%. The cost of program is 5%. The administrative cost. In PME, it's PMT. Maybe it's going to be 15%. In the total cost of the cost of the program, you mean in the here? Yeah. Yeah, I think that's true. It should be the case, right? It means cost is included.
Yes, so the cost is basically the amount of money you provide to the beneficiary. So in this case, we count 250,000 only for the 0 to 6 and only below 40, and then we compare it with the GDP. No, I don't think we add the administrative cost in this case.
I
No.
also don't think we.
Yeah.
It's just the cost of the total cost of the scheme to all those who are eligible. Yeah. Yeah. So I think if you're thinking about just the cost area, I don't think the admin cost is there. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why like in this exercise, we keep it as 5. We didn't change the administrative cost, even though, yes, if we are doing PMT, of course, the cost will be higher. So what we are trying to do is to see the different impacts of the different schemes. And then we actually want to ask you whether it is worth it to do the universal compared to the PMT one. Because for instance, here you can see the exclusion error.
Did it change? Okay. Okay. I was going to just tell that it was to check, but it's good. Now we have verification. Thank you.
Yes. But yeah, I mean, in this exercise, we didn't add the administrative costs, but yeah, it's something that we need to think about because usually when you do the targeted scheme, maybe in terms of the cost, yes, if you see the percentage of GDP previously when you provide the universal transfer, it is about 1 point something, and this one is only 0 point something. Of course, the cost in here will be lower, but this has not taken into account the cost, the administrative cost that we need to do when we do the PMT, like the survey, taking into account how much is the administrative cost and also the exclusion error, because in here you can see Like for instance, here, that the lowest decile, which is the one who need it the most, but 12% of them are excluded, while people who are in a better situations, like for instance, this is the welfare decile 5, about 40% are wrongly included into the schemes. So this is also the risk of having a targeted scheme compared to the universal one. And yeah, if you see here, if you do the 0 to 6, and then only for bottom 40%, the impact will be only 13%. So compared to the previous one, the impact is quite huge, which is 59%. And the difference in cost is this one is 0.15% of GDP, and the other is 1.3% of GDP. So this is also a part of the discussions, like, do you think it is worth it to move away from the targeted scheme and follow along with the universal scheme and providing the level of the global average level? So this is something that the spot simulator can help policymakers to think about their plan for the social protection scheme. So is there any notes, like, do you think it's worth it?
Is there money? Is there money for social protection universal?
I just asked regarding the simulation. You mentioned in here the background, PKH, and there is I think supposed to be input, right? The data. So can we show where is the original data, and that is the simulation, right? The original data that you put in the this program.
Okay, so if we have the data, it will be available here. Let me show you. When you click on edit here, and you can see the benefit level, there is some information that is written here. So for instance, again, this is depending on the data available in the survey. So it may not reflect the actual amount of money or the actual household who receive the benefit. But again, like, this is the limitation because we are using the survey data and there is no way to determine that whether they receive it or not, and how much it is if it's not in the survey. So if there is no data, we will put it as 0. But if there is a data, we will put it here. So for instance, some of informations that, yes, there is an existing scheme in the country, and what is it? So we try to explain it here. And in this case, the child benefits, we actually have data from Susanas under the routine assistance for children, and the average level is only 30,000. This is what is captured in Susanas. Again, this is not reflective of the actual amount of the benefit that they are getting under the PKH, but this is what the survey is showing us. So the data will be.
Okay. Do we have any question? Question.
Okay. I look into the methodology, and it says that just use 10% of sample in the Susanas dataset. Do you think it is represent about the population in when we use false 100% of Susanas, there is some variable or indicator that not cannot compatible with the population, and in this platform just use the 10% of the data set. And then maybe you can put the information 10% of data set in that in that box. So when we open the platform, we maybe some person don't see the methodology. So we think that the full information of Susanas, but it just 10%. Yes, thank you.
Yes. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you for exploring the tool and even looking into the methodology. And you are right, like some people, and maybe even me, like I don't really read the whole thing. So it's true. Like it's hidden. So only some people who will read that. And yes, in terms of Indonesia, because we have a huge data set and we are not using like LNOB, we are using machine learning. In here, the model is a bit simpler, so we can only accommodate the 10% samples of the Susanas. We hope that it's covering the situations of the real total populations, because we do randomization. So we didn't just cut the and get the 10%. We do randomization. So hopefully by doing this, it's actually capturing the whole populations. But yeah, you are right. I mean, yes, that's the limitations that we are currently having with Spot. And thank you for the suggestions, and maybe we will put somewhere more visible, especially maybe not here. I'm thinking maybe in the information where we mention the data source that we are using, we can also mention that this is the 10% samples. Yes, thank you. In the case of Indonesia, yes, it will be too big. The data set will be too big. I mean, in the case of other countries, we use the total survey, like the whole survey, because their data are not as much as not as rich as Susana's data. Yeah. Yes, so hopefully it is something that we can improve in Spot to be able to cover huge data sets. But again, like for now, the 10% we do randomizations. So in theory, it should be representative of the total population. But you are, of course, like you are totally right. If we can, of course, we will have to put everything. Yeah, so it's something that we take notes on and to improve for Spot.
Maybe
10% of the 300, so about 30,000-ish, yeah. 30,000, yeah, about 30,000-an. For Indonesia specifically, but yeah, for other countries, their survey is smaller, so they have even less than 30,000.
Some countries give us 25% of their sample. I think Lao PDR did this. For example, they don't give us the full sample, but they give a random sample out of the total survey. Here, this is really where the computer science issue comes in. Yeah, the simulation, because you can have infinite amount of results here. It's totally up to you how much money you want to give, right? Nothing is pre-estimated, saved. Everything is estimated on the spot when you put your input values. So if the underlying data is so large, it will be very slow and it won't be able to produce results, I think, faster. So the issue is computation power, that the platform needs to, maybe with more funding in the future, if the platform can have higher computation power, then they can accommodate. Because as Chidra said, the algorithm is very simple. The algorithm finds who to give the money, it gives the money, and then it aggregates, right? So it's finding eligible people, distributing cash, and then getting summary results. Not too complicated, but the complication is just that everything is on the spot, on demand, and the server and the computation power is limited. I think that's the. Yeah, I think there was a question you were asking, what's simulated? I mean, everything you see here is simulated. There's nothing that's coming from real data, yeah? And maybe can we go back to the dashboard?
Sorry.
So when we were designing this back then, I was involved also in this. The idea of having a dashboard was that let's show some results that are even captured. And the moment we're looking at Indonesia, next time you come back to this result, it should immediately fetch the result. It is being cached. So this would give the first hypothetical scenario. 4 schemes, all universal and all at the global average benefit amount. Yeah. So that it would kind of like, from our perspective, it would give us some time, or give the platform some time before the simulation starts. But this is already like, all these results are simulated results based on the hypothetical scenario that a universal child disability maternity old age benefit is distributed to all those who are eligible. So there's nothing, there's no real, the underlying data is real. The underlying data, Chitra works on it, processes it, cleans it, and it becomes the underlying data. The algorithm is then going into that underlying data and then distributing cash to different households based on their characteristics. Do they have children? If they have 3 children, they're getting 3 child benefits. If they have 1 child, they get only 1 child benefit. They know children, then there's no money coming to their household. Yeah. Do we have any other questions or suggestions, clarifications? Are you able? Do you have any like problem navigating the platform? How to input the numbers?
Yes. So actually in the part 2, we will try to compare other scenario. So basically the idea is, if universal benefits is of course a huge burden, it should not be seen as burden. It's a huge investment. The way to go is, instead of trying to do the targeted scheme, you could also consider doing it as in specific age but universally. Like for instance, in terms of the child benefits, the global average is to provide all children age 0 to 16 or 18, I need to check again, by the 4% of GDP per capita universally. And this is a huge investment. So if you want to start somewhere, instead of doing the targeted scheme, maybe you could also consider doing it slowly in specific age. So for instance, you could start by giving universal child benefits to 0 to 4 instead of the full 0 to 18. And then as your country have more capacity to do more investment in social protection, you can increase the age. So that's how, if you are able to do the hands-on exercise, you will be able to see the different impacts if you try to do the universal benefits, but in slowly, like increasing the age limit of the benefits, and see how much is the impacts and whether it's worth it to do such kind of investment. Yeah.
Possible to giving the elasticity. So if we give the intervention money to PKH, how much money, and the impact is to poverty, right? That is 7 79, right? So how about the elasticity? I think I mean, because the higher it not supposed to be, yeah, they have the elasticity, right? The information in the model, they have the elasticity to it decrease 79. That is one thing. The second thing is how long their impact will be real impact. So because in the reality is giving the money to the household is not one shot, but every maybe quarterly. So how it's impact 79% is 1 year or 2 year or maybe month. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So in terms of elasticity, we don't really use that. So again, like as Salsa mentioned, the model is actually pretty simple. So basically, we have the amount of expenditure for per capita expenditure from Susanas, right? So if when we introduce the benefits, in this case, let's just use child benefits. So if you have a child, basically, like if you have a beneficiaries of that specific benefits, then your expenditure will be added. So for instance, if your expenditure is 100,000 rupiah, and then we say that, okay, let's give a child benefits by 250,000 rupiah. So now, again, the assumption is you will spend the entire cash transfer. So you will not save. So basically you will consume everything. So now from 100,000, your consumption will be 350,000. And then this new consumption level, we will compare it with the national poverty line. And now we can see in this case, because 350 is still below the poverty line, so it will not improve your poverty level, right? Like because you are still below the poverty line. But in other case, maybe your in expenditure is already like 400,000, but still it's below the poverty line. But now, because you receive the cash transfer, which is 250, becoming 650, now you are above the poverty line, then your poverty level improves. So basically it's really simple. So it's just like your existing expenditure from the survey of Susanas. In this case, we use 2023, and then we assume in the same year, we add the cash transfer and nothing changed. Really, like the only thing that is changing is your expenditure, which you spent all of them from the cash transfer. So again, it's really simple. So the calculation is like that. And as the question for the year, of course, this is the impact for that particular year of the survey that we are using. So in this case, we are using 2023. So yes, this is in the situation of Susanas 2023.
As a matter of fact, is in one local government had tried to do this kind of simulation. They gave all the kartu ini, kartu itu, all the kartus, and also including the BLT. But then when they have to, they had to wait for the results, then it's almost very margin. The impact on poverty almost nothing. But after again a year, the BPS did a survey again, so no change at all, only margin. So this kind of assumption, maybe we have to be careful to consider this.
Yes, of course. Totally agree. I mean, we are not, this is still useful, right? Like we still have the idea of how much it will impact the poverty level, inequality level, and etc. But of course, like this model, because it's simple and this is based on what we can do with the survey data that we have, like the country have, this is the best thing that we can do. And of course, we have a lot of limitations, and we need to be mindful of that. But then again, still, at least we have something to show and to be able to use as a food for thought when the government is trying to do their social protection, or yeah, thinking about expanding and etc. So yes, we take note of course the limitations, and in fact we actually provide thorough information in the methodology part that yes, these simulations of course have limitations.
If you could give more, that's it. In the case of kartu, yeah, they got a kartu, whatever the government has, a kartu miskin, kartu beasiswa, kartu apa. Then our logic says that we will reduce the burden of the poor. At the same time, also we give cash transfer, then we will adapt the ability to spend, and including also a job for them. Then they get some money, job for money for that. Yeah, again, as I told you, this kind of scenario doesn't work well in some governments. So the very, very serious question is, as an economist, as those modelers, we need to be more careful on scrutinizing the empirical level, so we can have some fruitful dialogue between the modeler and the policymakers. It is very serious. On paper, things runs very well, but then when we come to the government, no, it doesn't work at all. So it's going to be a useless simulation then, because they never see any evidence for that.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much for the fruitful discussions. Is there anything else? Okay, so we are about to end the social protection sections. I just, can we do a fun little game? Maybe I'll show you the link. So if you could help, please kindly scan and then input your thoughts on spot. This will also help us to improve the tool and see how you can use it. Yes. Okay, I'll show the result. Okay, please, you can add as many as you like, and this will help us to improve our tool as well. Okay, thank you so much. So we have next question, please. It's still the same link. Okay, thank you. Last but not least, last question, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much to everyone. So we have a little bit more time left. I would, it's been a long day. Brain is popping. I think brain is growing. Our brains are growing. Mine definitely, I feel it's grew a little bit. There are two different things we can do a small discussion, but I want to ask you to see which one you would prefer more. One is to talk about VNR and to see examples of how different countries use LNOB in their VNR. We actually have a session for this on Thursday, but some of you may not be there on Thursday, yeah? Because tomorrow and Thursday is the technical focal points. So we could have a look at those slides. The other alternative is to show you how this other tool, the new tool we're developing, which is merging social protection with LNOB. So if you say VNR, those who are interested in VNR discussion, and so I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay. 11. Then those who are interested in social protection and LNOB new tool. 2, 3, 4. Okay. I think VNR is winning. Okay. But we can share the slides with you, or we can amend our slides from day one with the new tool, so that after the training, we'll share with you the slides. You can have a look at it in your own time. So, Zilu, or one of you, can you put the slides to the VNR? Day 3, yeah. I think it's slide 87. Oh no, that's the evaluation. Voluntary national reviews has been a great experience for us at ESCAP because it forced us to go beyond DHSN mix. In the past, we would provide LNOB inputs only based on DHSN mix, but then as countries started requesting additional evidence, and sometimes they really had very old data. So imagine that we come to you and say, we're going to give you the LNOB inputs on DHS 2017. Crazy. So we have to be flexible. And this kind of gives us the motivation and encouragement to access more data So we access SUSENAS 2023 for LNOB exercise, and then we use it in spot. So it's also like it's quite beneficial as an exercise. So the VNR process for us starts as early as countries commit to undertaking a VNR, immediately mapping the data sources to see what can be done from national survey data. We're really usually focusing on DHS mix, LFS, and household income expenditure survey, or SUSENAS in this case. I think most of you know the voluntary national reviews, but there's really an interesting, I think, flow to events. Usually ESCAP support start with sub-regional events, bringing countries of the same sub-region to a discussion of how they're planning to do their VNRs. This is way before VNR process starts. And this, for example, happened, I think it was last November. As you know, from Southeast Asia sub-region, we have Philippines and Malaysia doing their voluntary national review also. So we joined these sub-regional forums to ESCAP as a support package to bring all the countries and discuss VNR. Then after that sub-regional event, countries gather in Bangkok, all Asia-Pacific countries, and they discuss VNRs also in the Asia-Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development. And once that's done, and that was done end of February, we had the team from Indonesia. The next step is the high-level political forum. That's the ultimate area where the VNRs are presented and the VNRs are discussed. And that's where, in addition, countries have very small amount of time, I think 3 minutes or 4 minutes to present their VNRs. It's a bit sad, 1 year process, and you get to, you have 3 minutes like you're on CNN. But that's why we encourage countries to partner with UN or other countries to have side events or VNR labs so that they have more time to talk about their VNRs and share the experiences. Next slide, please. Yeah, next one. Every year, DESA, the Department of Economic and Social Affairs, based in New York, provides guidance to VNR lead teams about what sort of template structure can be followed. And usually in that guideline, the next slide will show you that guideline. That guideline has a specific segment on leaving no one behind. We've seen many VNRs so far, and we've seen very small discussion of LNOB, one paragraph. This group is left behind, and the government would like to do something about this group. That's one paragraph in the VNR. So that's one of the smallest amount of. Oh yeah, we can pass this one. Sorry, yeah, here. So this is from 2024 edition. So I'm sure 2025 it might be slightly different, but VNRs have these building blocks, key building blocks. So one of the key building blocks is leaving no one behind to report on this. And the guidance that UN provides, but of course countries can go beyond this, but it's just for an idea. How are vulnerable groups and those furthest behind being identified? Are they even being identified? So these are things that can be discussed in the VNR report. Who is being left behind and what are the underlying reasons for their vulnerability? So with the LNOB methodology, we are already addressing the first two. What segregated sources of data are available and what are the data gaps? Again, when you do LNOB analysis, inevitably you're seeing where are the gaps in the data because you're using with the ultimate source of data with the surveys. And what is being done to support the empowerment of vulnerable groups. So that the last part in the VNR LNOB section is a bit forward looking also. What you have done or what you want to do in the future to address the issues that the furthest behind groups face. But to talk about what's to be done, we need to understand who are furthest behind and what are the underlying reasons. Next slide, please. So a few examples. We have the This is from Nepal's Voluntary National Review. You had a similar chart that we did for Susenas. Nepal has even fewer indicators than we have for Indonesia. But what we did here is, this is really many countries use this type of chart. On the left-hand side, the first, I think 11 or so indicators are positive indicators. We want everyone to have 100% access. We want the furthest behind and furthest ahead to be at 100%. Then these three are negative indicators. We want everyone to be zero. So these are barriers, those are opportunities. This chart is sorted by the average. So it's not sorted by SDG 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. An alternative visualization compared to what we have seen shown earlier. But clearly, when you look into this, you can see which SDGs have wide gaps, which are the most problematic in Nepal, based on the latest survey data. So internet use, access to clean fuel. So SDG 7, SDG 17. Those stand out. While, for example, basic drinking water or electricity, the gaps were smaller, prevalence of overweight among children smaller. So this is giving an idea of which SDGs may be problematic. This is the broad overview. The chart is not telling us who's furthest behind. That needs to come in the narrative when explaining this this chart. Next slide, please. This is from the Philippines. I'm not sure if they're going to use this in their Philippines, another VNR country. Not sure if they're going to use this in their VNR, but they're a DHS country, similar to Indonesia. They had their most recent from 2022. So here in this trend line graph on LNOB, we are showing how different groups are changing over time. Their access is changing or not. And we see, for example, in basic drinking water, the gaps are narrowing, but in clean fuel, access to clean fuel, the gaps are widening. So this could also be either this, such a trend line graph, or the previous overview could be the starting of your LNOB section. Yeah. Next slide, please. This is from Cambodia. Based on their DHS from 2022, it was a fun exercise because their DHS came out almost a month before they were submitting their VNR. Their previous DHS was from 2013, which was not usable really. So what we did there is we looked into, we estimated or identified furthest behind in different provinces of Cambodia. Yeah. And so this is what we call a subnational analysis. This is access to electricity. And then you can see that there's the darker red. So it's like a heat map. More red means more problem, means that the access to electricity is higher. So this could be lower among furthest behind. This could be an idea for Indonesia, if you prefer. Sometimes geographical subnational analysis may be tricky, but it's something that we can help you with if you prefer. Alternatively, as mentioned earlier, we can add region as a circumstance and not just repeat the exercise at subnational level. Tomorrow and Thursday, you will see the code, and in the code, you'll be able to generate results at subnational level, not just at national. Next slide, please. This is from Nepal, another example of this is again access to electricity, showing how across different provinces, furthest behind is doing. In the capital, usually furthest behind is doing much better. In the outer regions, much less. Next slide. This is Fiji. Fiji is, I think, Fiji and Maldives, two VNR countries from 2023. They displayed LNOB trees in their VNRs. So when they were reviewing a particular SDG, they really expanded, and they used both the LNOB tree and the dissimilarity index. So I think here we have, for example, basic drinking water. When they were reviewing SDG 6, they reviewed SDG 6 first, and then they said, okay, for every SDG, we're going to discuss the LNOB aspect of this. So instead of having a LNOB standalone section, they kind of mainstreamed all these results into different SDGs they were discussing. That's another alternative option. So that's from Fiji's 2023 VNR. Next slide, please. Papua New Guinea, 2020, the first country that used LNOB results based on ESCAP LNOB evidence. Back then, the color scheme was a little bit different. The platform was not yet established back then. So these are all Excel charts. But back then, I think the red was the furthest behind. Green was the furthest ahead. And again, a similar overview chart and lots of narrative. So all this text you see is explaining the chart that's there. Yeah, so so they devoted 2 pages to LNOB. 2 pages to LNOB is a good number compared to just one small paragraph. Yeah, because word count is being counted, right? Even your main messages now drop to 800 words, I think, or something like this. Yeah, because of liquidity for financial problems. Okay, next slide, please. So VNRs are one aspect, and we provide all these inputs. The next is we can do more analysis and maybe publish things jointly, or as ESCAP, we can go ahead alone and publish all the results that we have, because it's difficult to put all the results into your VNR. We can jointly publish with you, with the SDG Secretariat especially, a VNR, LNOB VNR brief, policy brief. Yeah. So that's also an alternative thing that can be done. We've done such things with other countries, and we'll keep doing also working on this. Okay, I think that's about it. We have 9 minutes to close. I think I'm not sure if there's any questions on VNR, but you know, we have 2 more days to go into all these discussions. We have a if there are no questions, 2 announcements as we close. One is that you know, it's really for the first time that we are doing such workshops during Ramadan. We did this in Bangladesh the week before, and now here. So it's strange for us not to offer you, you know, lunch, coffee break, and all these things. We are sorry. We will come back to Indonesia again, and then we will enjoy, I don't know, pizza or the panang. We'll have those all together. But we still have some boxes outside, hampers outside for you to pick up on your way out. And this will be provided tomorrow and Thursday also. And I know that I think most of you signed the attendance sheet, so that's great. For those who are joining tomorrow and Thursday, the technical one, they will receive a certificate of completion too. So that we will do a certificate ceremony at the end and take a group photo. So please come for 2 days. And the last announcement is the QR code we have for an evaluation of day 1. There will be a QR code with your phone. It's just a few questions, and I will not show the results on the screen. Yeah, if you could give us your feedback about, you know, how can we improve the workshop, or if you have any comments, you want to stay in touch with us, you can keep your email there. So, Zilu, can we have? So here's the QR code for your evaluation of day 1. We'll do another evaluation day 2. Yes, and our colleagues who are joining virtually, we can send you the QR code if you can evaluate us. I think we'll get bad evaluations from you. We left you behind a little bit. But chat function was open tomorrow or Wednesday. If you join, please send us your questions over chat. And a special thanks to our interpreters. We usually talk fast. We thank you very much for your attention and your support. Much appreciated. Questions, says so one feedback for us is to update the evaluation forms. Yeah, if you could, yeah, that would be great. Sorry about this. We'll fix it. Virtual participants, I think you'll now see the Indonesia QR code. You had Papua New Guinea earlier for some reason. Sorry about that. But here the QR code was correct, but Bangladesh was our mistake. But the virtual ones we're seeing a completely different QR code. Yeah. Yeah. No. It's I think now we're totally on the same page. Yeah. It's all good. Once you're done, it's good. Yeah. All right. Thank you very much for being with us today, and safe travels to home. Those who are going to break their fast, may Allah accept your fasts. And for those who are coming tomorrow, we'll be starting at 9 a.m. And again, finishing at 3 p.m. tomorrow. Thank you very much. Thank you.
One more thing We have a picture, some documentation, so you can download if in case you need it. I'll share the QR code. No, it's yes. So this is the QR code to documentation in case you need pictures and anything. Thanks to Secretariat SDGs for it. Thank you.